and welcome to and ask that we conduct ourselves in a manner that best represents the values and traditions of the Ysleta Independent School District. This meeting of the Board of Trustees is called to order at 6:02 p.m. We have a quorum with Shane Haggerty, Chris Hernandez, Charlie Bustillos, Mike Dwyer, Connie Woodruff, Catherine Lucero, and myself, Cruz Ochoa. Trustee Dwyer, please introduce the JROTC.
It has become a tradition to honor our nation at each of our board meetings by presenting the colors, reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, and then posting the colors. The colors tonight are being presented by the Junior ROTC Color Guard from Eastwood High School. The Color Guard commander is Cadet Captain Peyton Zavasquez. The other Color Guard members are Cadet Captain Azul Lopez, Cadet Private First Class Abel Hernandez Holguin, Cadet Captain Andrew Aguirre. The pledge leader is Cadet First Sergeant Dulce Balderam. Will you please stand for the presentation of colors, the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance, the Texas Pledge of Allegiance, and a moment of silence. Please remain standing until the cadets have departed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now, please join me in the pledge to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Dr. De La Torre, do we have recognitions and introductions this evening?
Good evening, President Ochoa, members of the board, esteemed guests. Yes, this evening I'd like to introduce Chief Human Capital Management Officer, Mrs. Bobby Russell Garcia, who will make the introductions surrounding our recognitions.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. De La Torre. We have 3 recognitions this evening. At this time, we ask all trustees to please come to the front of the dais. Audience members, please remain seated until all recognitions are complete. Thank you. Our first recognition honors an exceptional team of students from Valle Verde Early College High School who not only won first place at this year's Regional Academic Decathlon, but saw historic individual wins at the state tournament last month. Academic Decathlon students put in hundreds of hours mastering college-level academic material and practicing real-world skills like public speaking, all while balancing teamwork, leadership, and time management. Please help me give a warm welcome to our Academic Decathlon superstars from Valle Verde Early College High School, beginning with our state medalists. First, winning gold at state in interview with a perfect score of 1,000. Let's hear it for junior Sarah Galindro. Also winning gold at state in literature and a silver in economics is senior Brianna Leday. And winning silver at state in essay is senior Roberto Rascon Humberson. Let's also give a big round of applause to Valle Verde's regional winners, Hansel Chacon, Christopher Escobedo, Francisco Estrada Flores, Brianna Pina, and Haley Villa. The team is accompanied by teacher Kenneth Porter and principal Claudia Canava Flores. Let's hear it for the Spartans. Our next recognition honors dozens of outstanding student artists who won gold or silver key awards at the New Mexico Scholastic Art Awards competition. This contest is the longest-running, most prestigious recognition program for creative teens in the country, with more than 185,000 works of art and writing entered annually. A panel of professional artists adjudicated the impressive student artwork, which are now on display at the Euphorium Community Hub in Albuquerque this month. Please help me welcome our 2025 Gold and Silver Key winners, beginning with Beller High School students Charlize Santini, Natalia Arzaga, Erica Reveles, Kitsia Garcia. Leila Pacheco. And Mia Porras. They are accompanied by teacher Cesar Aguayo and principal Jake Valtiera. Let's hear it again for the Highlanders. Next, from Eastwood High School, please help me congratulate winners Mabel Lara, Alina Carreon Padilla, Raymond Reyes, Gianella Munoz, Leslie Williams, Emma Arias, and Carlos Silva. They are accompanied by teachers Tanya Fortenberry and Angelica Kian, and Principal Bonita Torres. Congratulations to the troopers. Now, please welcome our winners from Hanks High School, beginning with Carla Hernandez. Ana Ortiz Zazueta. And Phoenix Vidal. They are accompanied by teacher Lorena Williams and principal Daniel Gutierrez. Let's hear it for the Knights. And from Riverside High School, please welcome Silver Key winners Samaria Cabral, and Alina Castro. They are accompanied by teacher Jacqueline Martinez and principal Victor Lara. Let's hear it for the Rangers. And tonight's final Gold Key winners from Valle Verde Early College High School, please welcome Diego Martinez. He is accompanied by Principal Claudia Canava Flores. Let's hear it for the Spartans. Our final recognition tonight honors our phenomenal wrestlers from both Bel Air and Eastwood High Schools, who captured multiple gold and silver medals at the 5A and 6A UIL State Wrestling Championships that took place in February. Let's begin by welcoming our state champions who brought home the gold in their individual weight classes. From Bel Air High School, winning a gold medal in the 5A 152-pound weight class is Sydney Davis. She is accompanied by Coach Mark Lorillo and Principal Jake Valtiera. And from Eastwood High School, winning a gold medal in the 6A 145-pound class is Paulina Butler. Winning a gold medal in the 100-pound weight class is Haley Delgado. Let's also welcome Eastwood High School's silver medalist in the 138-pound class. We have Daniela Hernandez. And in the 106-pound class, please welcome Hector Ortiz. They are accompanied by coaches Devin Vasquez, Troy Douglas, and Principal Bonita Torres. Congratulations to all of our individual medalists. Last but not least, we have the talented and amazing Lady Troopers wrestling team from Eastwood High School, which captured its third UIL state championship since 2020. The Lady Troopers dominated their competitors at the state meet in Cyprus, scoring a total of 130 points, and far surpassing the second place finisher by nearly 35 points. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to our three-time Texas State Girls Wrestling Champions, the phenomenal Lady Troopers. The team is comprised of senior Alexandra Beltran, Junior Genevieve Gonzalez. Sophomore Isabella Moreno. Freshman Nayeli Ortiz. Freshman Alessandra Toscano. Freshman Haley Delgado. Junior Daniela Hernandez. And senior Paulina Butler. They are accompanied by Coach Troy Douglas and Principal Bonita Torres. Let's hear it one more time for our Lady Troopers. This concludes our recognitions for this evening. Thank you.
Trustee Lucero, do we have citizens' input this evening?
Yes, Mr. President, we do. Our first speaker is Heather Senor.
Hello. My name is Heather Senor. Good evening, President Ochoa, members of the board, Dr. De La Torre, and members of the community. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak tonight. I stand before you as a proud teacher, community member, and advocate for our students, educators, and the future of our district. Before I begin, I want to sincerely thank each of you, our board members, for your service, your time, and your dedication to this district. I know the decisions you face are complex and often come with difficult trade-offs. Your commitment to balancing the needs of students, staff, families, and taxpayers does not go unnoticed, and I thank you for your work. That said, we all have seen what happens when hard decisions fall hardest on the people who serve our students. The recent layoffs in Socorro ISD, impacting over 300 employees, are a painful reminder of what's at stake. Those weren't just positions. They were people, families, and livelihoods. The impact of decisions like that is lasting. And I know none of you want to face that situation here. So I know some of you have made supportive financial decisions for our educators in the past, but times have changed, and we face a lack of funding and resources from the state, and education as a whole is facing uncertainty. And this makes it even more critical that we continue to protect the people who are the foundation of this district. Our teachers, our paraprofessionals, and our support staff. These individuals show up every single day. They are in our classrooms, on the buses, in the cafeterias, and throughout every campus, keeping our students safe, engaged, and cared for. They deserve more than words of appreciation. They deserve action. Supporting them means ensuring they have the resources, tools, and professional respect to do their jobs well. When we invest in our people, our students thrive. At this time, I recognize the importance of fiscal responsibility. Stewardship of taxpayer dollars is non-negotiable, but being fiscally responsible doesn't mean cutting the classroom or the people working directly with students. It means making the tough but necessary decisions about where our money is going. We must take a hard look at administrative cost. Leadership is important, but growing salaries at the top cannot come at the expense of the classroom, the cafeteria, or the bus routes. Our community expects us to prioritize those who directly impact student learning and safety. Finally, true leadership means staying connected to what's happening in our schools. Decisions must be informed by real experiences, visiting classrooms, walking the hallways, visiting the buses, riding the buses, and sitting in cafeterias, listening to our teachers, our paraprofessionals, our support staff, and students ensures we're making decisions based on reality, not just reports. In closing, thank you again to our board for your service and dedication. I urge you to protect the people who serve our students, being intentional with our resources, and keep the focus where it belongs, on the success and well-being of every student. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Sinor.
Good evening, President Ochoa, Board Trustees, Dr. De La Torre. My name is Jeff Sinor, and I proudly serve as the President of the Ysleta Teachers Association. And tonight I come before you with a message that is urgent and deeply concerning. Here in YISD, dedicated educators are feeling the weight of uncertainty. And the cause is clear: the continued push for school vouchers in Texas. We have spent years standing firm against vouchers because they siphon vital resources away from our public schools. These policies threaten the stability of our classrooms and the futures of our children. The recent crisis in Socorro ISD is a tragic example of this impact, where 300 educator positions will be cut. This devastating blow will not only disrupt hundreds of lives, but also compromise the quality of education for countless students. Since then, our association has been inundated with calls from concerned educators right here in YISD. Teachers, counselors, and support staff alike are asking the same fearful questions. Will my job be next? How can I continue to provide for my family if funding disappears? What will happen to my students if our school loses key staff? The anxiety they feel is not only about job security, but about the ability to give students the opportunities they deserve. Adding to this concern is the fact that Texas ranks near the bottom in the nation when it comes to per-student funding. Our student allotment has not increased since 2019, and operating costs continue to rise each year. Public schools have always been the cornerstone of our communities, providing education that is inclusive, comprehensive, and equitable. Voucher programs undermine this mission by diverting tax dollars away from public education to private entities that operate without the same accountability and transparency. We cannot allow what happened in Socorro ISD to become a reality here in YISD. We need the school board, along with Dr. De La Torre and his administration, to strongly demand that the Texas legislature and Governor Abbott fully fund our public schools, ensuring our educators have the resources they need to thrive in their profession and to deliver the quality education that every child deserves. At next month's board meeting, we look forward to standing with the Board of Trustees and District Administration to sign on to a resolution demanding this commitment from our state leaders. By uniting as a community, we can ensure that taxpayer dollars are used to strengthen our public schools, giving every child in YISD the opportunity to succeed. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jaime Arraitia.
Thank you for getting my last name right, Trustee Lucero. I appreciate that. Good evening, everyone. We just recently celebrated St. Patrick's Day, a day when everyone celebrates the Irish, a day that many of those that aren't Irish pretend to be Irish for the day. Cinco de Mayo is around the corner, but given the current administration, I'm sure there'll be an executive order renaming Cinco de Mayo to the 4th of July, or just flat out making it illegal to celebrate. We all aren't Irish or Mexican, but one thing we all are is workers. And today is St. Joseph's Day, the patron saint of fathers, stepfathers, immigrants, and workers. He's also the patron saint of social justice movements and unions, and barristers too, Safi. I don't know if you knew that. I'm here today to wish my sisters and brothers in the Ysleta Teachers Association a very happy St. Joseph's Day. So, to the bus drivers and crossing guards that brave the heat at the start and end of the school year, as you stand guard and guide our students to and from school, you aren't paid enough and you are seen. To the security guards that protect some kids from bullies, look the other way occasionally for the troubled ones who just sometimes need a second chance, and do my favorite thing, kick out Rowdy Del Valle fans from Ysleta games. Just kidding. You aren't paid enough and you are seen. To the custodian, that worker that every kid in the school knows, the Johnny on the spot who is always there to do the unseen, uncomfortable, taken for granted job, the people who epitomize what HR calls other duties as assigned. You aren't paid enough and you are seen. To the food service workers, the absolute saints who keep the menudo nice and hot in the morning for our students and the Uncrustables nice and cold in the afternoons. The innovators of the culinary perfection that is the square pizza. You are not paid enough and you are seen. To the paraprofessionals and teachers who work a job that the current administration in Washington and Austin clearly don't appreciate, who have guided students through a global pandemic, constantly have to come out of pocket for supplies, and have to endure the humiliation and uncertainty of the effort to dismantle the Department of Education, who work the long hours, pick up coaching gigs to make ends meet, just to be yelled at by some people who take high school sports way too seriously. You are underpaid and you are seen. So to all my brothers and sisters in labor at YISD, happy St. Joseph's Day and viva la causa.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosie Perez.
Good evening, esteemed board members. Good evening, esteemed members of the board and Superintendent Dr. De La Torre. My name is Rosie Perez, and I proudly represent the members of West Texas Alliance. I stand before you to share some of the critical work we've done at the Capitol regarding HB2 school finance and HB3 education savings accounts or vouchers, and to voice our concerns with the direction these policies could take. During the previous hearing on HB2, it became painfully clear that many of the testifying superintendents failed to advocate decisively for one of the most urgent needs in our public education system, an increase to the basic allotment funding. While they acknowledged the growing challenges faced by our schools, their testimony lacked the strong, unified call for the financial resources that are critical to ensuring our students receive the quality education they deserve. HB3 vouchers have been a topic of heated discussion. We met with lawmakers, attended hearings, and raised our voices to highlight the detrimental effects that these policies could have on our public schools. At the heart of our concern lies the diversion of much-needed public funds from the public education to private entities. This is not just a fiscal issue. It's a question of fairness, equity, and the future of our students. One key aspect we focused on during the hearing was the proposed minimum $10,000 allotment per student for vouchers. We raised the critical question of why isn't this same level of investment being discussed when it comes to our public schools? Public education is a vital institution that serves all students, and yet the proposal increase in funding for public schools, just a mere $220 per pupil, severely undermines any claim that we truly value education. This disparity highlights a troubling lack of commitment to the future of our students and the success of our public education system. But it's not just about schools. It's about the vulnerable populations who rely on public education. Many students who are economically disadvantaged, have special needs, or face barriers rely on the protections and resources public schools provide, and diverting public funds can leave them behind, further entrenching inequality and limiting opportunities for those who need them the most. Next, we must address the impact on school staff. Teachers, support staff, and other educators are the backbone of our public education system. The ongoing cuts due to insufficient school funding and voucher programs lead to employee layoffs and prevent our schools from offering competitive raises. We've seen firsthand how these budget shortfalls have eroded morale and led to many educators leaving the profession. Our students deserve teachers who are supported, valued, compensated for the hard work they do every day. The undeniable truth is that the quality of education for every student is at risk. I urge everyone who works in or serves public education to raise their voices in support of public education funding and demand that our leaders prioritize funding for our schools, not destructive policies like vouchers that only serve to harm the future of our children. It has never been as critical as it is right now to stand up and fight for the investment that public education desperately needs and deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, that concludes our speakers for tonight.
Thank you all. At this time, we proceed to our board workshop. Dr. La Torre, do we have any presentations this evening?
Yes, President Ochoa, members of the board, we have two presentations this evening. We have our required annual taper presentation and report, and Dr. Brenda Chacon will lead in that presentation with the support of Dr. Medellin.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Dr. De La Torre. Today we have our taper report, which is a Texas academic performance that we present to you annually. Before I pass it over to Dr. Medellin, I just want to remind you, this is the data that we've been sharing with you throughout the year, so for the most part, it'll look very familiar outside of a few areas in the discipline and other parts of the taper report that we're required to present to you by law. But I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Medellin, and he'll take us through the presentations for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Good evening. We would like to start with the requirements for the Texas Assessment Performance Report, or TAPER. This is a presentation that we are required to provide in a public setting every year by law. All of this information is something that we've already seen. It's from the 2024 or 2023 school year. But this is the final official set of documentation that has been provided by the state, and so we are providing it to you here in this setting. The statutes governing the TAPER report include the Texas Education Code, the Family Education Rights Privacy Act, and the Safe and Drug-Free Schools and Communities Act. So we're complying with both federal and state laws to provide you with this information. Now, the full TAPER report includes a whole set of measures, including academic performance, district accreditation status, financial reports, violent and criminal incident reports, performance on higher education, and campus goals and performance objectives. All of these documents we are required to have available for the public in our website, and they are absolutely available there for everybody to see, so they can take a look at what our outcomes are as a district on every one of these sections. We're not going to cover everything. These are multiple documents, and it would take just a little bit too long to do. But we're going to just provide you with a quick overview of the major pieces that are required to be provided in public. So we're going to start with academic performance. And on academic performance, we would like to present to you the percent of students that were rated at approaches grade level or better on STAR and EOC in 2024. On the graphs on the screen, the gold bars are the district scores. And as you can see there, the district has outperformed both the region and the state at the approaches grade level or better on every single subject tested in 2024. Now, if we look at this information a little bit more closely by grade level, and we compare the district's performance to the two other larger districts in our region, you will see that we outscored a large number of grade levels and subjects on the other two districts. And so anything that is highlighted in green is the highest score across the three districts provided there. And so we have it by grade level. Again, this is information that we've already provided. We can also see it for our special education students. And so performance for our special education students, they outperform students in special education in other of the local districts for multiple grade levels and subjects. And if we look at this data for our emerging bilingual students, we will notice again that these students are outperform other students of in the same subjects and grade levels, especially in math and in high school in EOC. When we look at the next level of performance, and just a reminder, STAR, the STAR assessment has three different levels of performance: approaches grade level, meets grade level, and master's grade level. And the state defines meets grade level as the students that are performing in that subject at the grade level required. And so students at the meets grade level, you can see here that our district again outscores both the district, the region, and the state in every single subject across the board. If we look a little bit more closely at the grade levels, we can see that we are outscoring mostly in mathematics and most of the subjects in high school. Our students are performing better than the other two larger districts in our region. Looking at special education students, our special education students are performing better at the meets grade level in both reading and math and in high school as well. Our emerging bilingual students, again, are performing better in mathematics and in high school assessments than when compared to the other larger districts in our region. Now, for the third performance level, the master's grade level, these are the students that have a greater likelihood of being successful in the following year, is how the state defines master's grade level. And this one, you will notice that we are still a little bit behind on the state in reading and in social studies, but we still outperform the region in every single subject. And we outperform the region in mathematics as well. Excuse me, the state. We also outperform the state in mathematics in the master's grade level area. When looking at different grade levels across the three districts in our region, we outperform our colleagues here in mathematics and on EOC. If we look at our emerging bilinguals students, they outperform other emerging bilingual students at the master's grade level in both reading, math, and science across multiple grade levels. And our special education students outperform other special education students in the other larger districts in mathematics and in EOC as well. Another measure of performance is growth. And there are two different measures of growth that the states provide. One is called annual growth. And the annual growth is looking at individual students, how they were performing the previous year on STAR compared to how they're performing the following year. And in that measure, our district outperforms both the state and the region in mathematics, and outperforms the region and is equal to the state in reading. When we look at accelerated learning are students that failed the STAR test the previous year and have been successful the following year. So these are the students that not only have to grow one grade level in 1 year, they have to grow more than one grade level to catch up on the pieces that they hadn't learned before. And there we are significantly higher on both reading and math when compared to both the region and the state. And I'd like to point out here that especially in mathematics, we are far ahead of the state in making sure that students who did not perform as well in 1 year perform better the following year. The next measure of performance is our graduation rates. And our graduation rates, the way that the state provides us this information is they don't look at the number of seniors that graduate, they look at the number of freshmen who started 4 years before, and they ask, where are they now? And that's a 4-year graduation rate. And then they look at freshmen who started 5 years ago, and they ask, where are they now? That's our 5-year graduation rate. And they do this again for the 6-year graduation rate, looking at freshmen, students in high school who started as freshmen 6 years before. And so our graduation rate, for the 4-year graduation rate, we have a higher graduation rate than the region, and we are a little bit below the state on the 4-year graduation rate. However, on the 5-year graduation rate, we are within 0.1% of the state 5-year graduation rate, and well above the region in the number of students that finish high school by their 5th year. For the 6-year graduation rate, we have a higher graduation rate than both the state and the region. Which tells us that even if students are not able to complete the required courses during the 4 years or the 5 years, we're still are getting them ready to move on and to continue their post-secondary life by the 6th year, if not by the 5th or 4th. Now, the dropout rates are looked at the same way. They look at the 4-year students, the 5-year, and the 6-year. They look at where the students were 4 years ago, 5 years, 6 years ago. But this one, what we want to look at is we want a lower number, obviously. The dropout rate, the lower the performance, the better we are doing. And on the 4-year dropout rate, we are performing much better than the region. And we are right a little bit above on the state average. For the 5-year rate, we again outperform on the region, and we're just 0.2% above from the state. Now, one of the things to remember here is that the state as a whole, their demographics are very different from our district. And so being 0.2% actually is a very good measure there, because our students tend to have more barriers to completion than the state as a whole. On the 6-year dropout rate, we have a lower dropout rate than both the state and the region by quite a good margin. And again, this talks up to the fact that we don't give up on our students if they didn't finish in 4 years. If they didn't finish in 5 years, we keep going until those students are successful. Another measure here of reaching the goal is our college, career, and military readiness. And this one, we're looking at the 2023 graduates. Remember, this is a 2024 taper, which uses the graduates from the previous graduating class. The class that graduated in 2024 is going to be available in the 2025 report. And so for the 2023 graduates, 88.8% of our graduates were college or career military ready, and that is significantly higher than both the region and the state. If we're looking at CCMR type, we have almost 72% of our students were college ready in 2023, and 54% of the students were career ready. So we have a very high number of students who are both college and career ready when they graduate from Ysleta. Now, another section that we are required to provide you here is the financial standard reports. And on this one, these are just really two quick bird's eye view reports on finances. The first one really tells us where the money is coming from for our district. And in general terms, this is something that has been true for a long time. In the state, about a third of the income comes from state revenues, but our district depends on those revenues by over half. So over half of the income that we receive from the district is coming from the state, and 32% is coming from the federal government. There's a much smaller percentage of income from local taxes than the state as a whole. Now, how we use that income is on the next slide. And here, there's really not a whole lot of difference between the state and our district. We do have, however, a greater proportion of our funds are going into the instruction pieces than in the state. So 57% of expenditures are to instruction compared to the rest of the state, which is 55%. Now, 2% may not sound like a lot, but when we're looking at all the other functions that we have as a district, that covers 2 additional functions entirely. So we are spending more on instruction than the rest of the state. Everything else pretty much gets very close to the same amounts or the same proportions across. One of the other pieces that we are required to provide you here, and it's always an interesting set of numbers to watch, is their violent and criminal incident reports from the previous year. Now, one of the things here that happened is that the definitions have changed between 2023 and 2024. So you're going to notice at the bottom of the slide, there are three codes, Code 362, Code 63, and 64. These 3 codes didn't exist on the previous year. And so what the state did is they broke apart Code number 4, possessed, sold, used, or was under the influence of marijuana or other controlled substances, and grabbed 3 different reports to talk about vaping and e-cigarettes and controlled substances. And so we were required to provide those as a separate number, and you will see much larger numbers there than we're used to seeing in this graph, because vaping is obviously a very different incident than assault or any of the other violent or criminal incidents that are on this graph. The next one is a comparison between 2023 and 2024. And what we can see here is, for the most part, the number of incidents have gone down, criminal and violent incidents, with the exception of assault, and then the new instances of e-cigarettes and being under the influence of substances, the 3 new codes. Now, if you look at the number in the 3 new codes, if you remove the e-cigarette portions, you will see that the other 2 combined with code number 4 is pretty close to the previous year in 2023. It's actually lower than in 2023. And so when we're trying to compare apples to apples, the same criminal incidents have actually gone down. We just are required to keep track now of the e-cigarettes and subdivide the possession of controlled substances. Excuse me?
Are they double counting? Because they're going into different categories. You have the main category, and then you have the other categories.
Right. What they did is, instead of subcategorizing them, they created an entirely different category. And so before we were putting them all under Code 4 because they were part of controlled substances, but now we're required to specify that it was an e-cigarette or it was marijuana. And so that's why you will see there in the last 3 rows that there's new to 2024. So there are no data on the 2023 incidents, and then we have all the other 2024 incidents.
Is the 326 on Code 62, does that include the 74 on Code 4?
No, they're different.
Thank you.
They are different.
Well, what's the deciding factor in whether you categorize them as Code 4 or Code 62?
I believe the deciding factor is that Code 62 is very specific about being under the influence of marijuana or THCs. So if it's marijuana, or then it has to go on 64. If it's not, if it's glue or any other substance, then it goes on 4.
So everything on Code 4 does not include anything related to cannabis?
Correct. For 2024. In 2023, they were together.
Thank you.
That answers my question on why 2023 Code 4 was 584. So there was, now it's separated in 2024, Code 4 and Code, like he pointed out, Code 62, now they've been separated. Is that the, okay.
Yes, correct. And so if we wanted to compare Code 4, we would have to add Code 4, Code 62, and Code 64. Okay. Now, Code 63 is a use of e-cigarette, and that may or may not have been part of the 74, depending on the content of the e-cigarette. And so if we wanted to compare more closely, then yes, 62 plus 64 and 4 compared to 4. That, of course, is not going to be an issue the following year because we're going to have them separated again.
So on the 63, depending what's in the e-cigarette, it falls under Code 63 or 4 or 62?
So, for example, the e-cigarette, if it's just the vaping without the THC,
Right.
that would be under 63. If it's THC, then it would be under 62.
But it would fall in both, because if it's in the e-cigarette and it's THC, you could catch somebody, it's still an e-cigarette in 63?
We usually select the higher of the offenses. So yes, it is cigarette, but if it's cannabis, then it goes into the other one.
Okay.
Can I ask a question related to the report, skipping from this area, or we still have more presentation?
We have a few more
Okay.
slides if you'd like,
Okay.
but I'll be happy to.
I'm trying to make sense of the questions, so bear with me here. If we could go back to the differences in the performances as far as reading, science, to that slide, where we have the differences of the school districts.
At the approaches, meets, or masters?
Let's just choose one, approaches, it's fine. So I was noticing, specifically, I guess, in reading, and I don't know if that's across, because I did a quick skim, but it seems that in middle school, we have a lot of, we're doing a lot of work to make sure that our kids don't get behind and all the stuff we discussed about middle school. And it seems that in some of the areas, if we look at this particular slide in reading, there's areas where some of the districts are doing a little bit better. So with this report, do we ever share ideas and information with other districts in areas where we are excelling and the other districts are not excelling and vice versa? Is that something that this report, we can do with that report, or is that not something we do?
Yes and no. For the most part, we collaborate a lot with TUC, districts that are more like us. So for example, Brownsville. I'm trying to think of the other one that's similar to our size. When we compare ourselves to Socorro, like we've explained before, even though we compete regionally, when it comes to demographics, they're very different than us. They have a very different demographic than we do. So when we go to particular meetings or things like that, they know our data as well as we know their data. And if we do see something that's like, wow, that's great, let's go see, we have no problem reaching out. But for the most part, it's usually the opposite way, where they want to know what are we doing, and specifically we will compare it to our peers in TUC.
On that note, since we already went back to that data, I know that you explained this before, and I think that the 7th grade has been a little bit of a challenge. And I just want everybody to, at this time, so you can explain what is being done to mitigate or try to help the 7th graders perform a little better.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously have heard my explanation before on the 7th grade. It is a grade level that is definitely a priority for us. So plenty of attention goes to 7th grade math and middle schools in general. So what the team and I, and along with the principals, you have a new set of principals, a lot of new middle school principals. So we're building capacity within them. A lot of it is staff development, working with the teacher. This year we focused a lot on coaching and modeling in the particular classrooms, working hand in hand with those middle school teachers so we can improve the pedagogy in the classroom. At this time, for example, we have the team at Del Valle Middle School assisting there, getting ready for the reviews. They have a group, our team has a group, a lot of district PLCs. I know that you've heard that term before, where we bring in those teachers. For those particular grade levels, we bring all the teachers in. The PRISMs, as you heard last month, is also a big investment in our 7th grade math. But it really is looking at those 7th grade TEKS, which I have come to learn are very different than 6th and 8th grade TEKS. They are a new set of TEKS, and they're difficult TEKS for the mathematics.
Is this reflected across the state, the 7th grade?
Yes. Actually, again, going back to when we compared to our peers, if you remember, I want to say January when Dr. Torre presented and the presentation as a whole, in comparison to TUC, we actually have the highest 7th grade math when comparison to those particular urban districts.
One more point. When you show these bar graphs with percentages, I think I brought this up before. Can you show me the actual numbers for some of these percentages?
Yes, absolutely. We can add that.
Because, especially in the six-year graduation, 5th-year graduation, I need to know
How many
what are the numbers for that. What are percentages sometimes can be a little vague, so I would like to actually see those numbers for the next time.
Yes, we'll make
Or
that
if you
change.
can send them to me after this.
Sure.
This
We
week.
can work and update that. We have no problem.
Okay. That's all I had.
Another piece for that we are being measured on is the performance of our students, or what percentage of our students are enrolling immediately after graduation into an institution of higher education. And for that, we are looking at the class again of 2023. The reason for that is they have to graduate from high school and then spend a year in college in order for them to be captured in this indicator. And so we can see here that for the class of 2023, we've had significant increases all across every campus and the district on the percent of students that are enrolling in an institution of higher education after graduation. And that is the final piece of data that we have here to present. So if you have any other questions.
Can you go back to that last slide? So JM Hanks and Parkland, and you're talking about enrollment in higher education. Does that count to their early college right there? Because they're a little lower than Eastwood and Delhi and Bel Air. How does it doesn't account towards that?
The early college is not part of it. They have to be enrolled in after graduation.
After
And so they have to be
graduation.
part of it. Yes. So students that get an associate's degree within high school are not really being counted afterwards for this particular number.
Okay, thank you.
Again, include numbers, please. As far as your percentages, what are we looking at? The population of all this that we're looking at. You understand? See?
Dr. Checo,
The actual numbers, how did you get the 62%?
Absolutely, we can provide you with those. These percentages are based on the number of graduates from the year, and then they're compared to the number of students that were enrolled in a 2-year institution of higher education and a 4-year institution of higher education.
So provide that, please.
We'll be happy to provide you with actual totals.
Okay.
I almost lost my train of thought. We were just talking, I find it interesting, I mentioned to Dr. Latorre that it's hard not to recognize that demographics plays a huge role in the continuation of higher education. It's a picture right in all of our faces just looking at this. And Dr. Chacon, when you mentioned the other districts here locally have very different demographics, I do want to drive that home, that it's an important factor for all of us here as we're making decisions to remember.
Yeah, and I also want to point out that this does not include trade schools. It has to be an accredited Texas public college. And so many of our students that go to private universities, New Mexico State, other colleges in Southwest University, Western Tech, et cetera, the military, it does not include that. This is specifically for a higher institution, public higher institution for a 2-year or 4-year degree, immediately after college. So that's a huge piece too, that many of our students take that semester and then enroll. So they will not be included. They might be enrolled now, but they will not be in this particular set of data.
So are you talking about public universities in Texas only? Is that why you say New Mexico State's not included in that?
No, only Texas
Because
universities.
I know we have a high percentage of our students that go over to New Mexico State.
Yeah, for example, some of our students attend the Doña Ana County, the college, that are in the architecture program at the Career Center because they continue the path, that for whatever reason, New Mexico State has the program, those aren't included here.
Is it not included because it's not required to be presented? Or is there, I mean, I think it'd be great to know how many of our students went out of state or enrolled in a trade school or took a semester or 2 off and then enrolled. Is there a feasible way to track those metrics as well?
TA is working with the Texas Education Higher Coordinating Board to try to get that data together. They have a hard time getting that information. And that's part of the reason why they don't include it in the taper, because the state itself has a hard time finding those students, and they have to decide if, for example, a student decides to work for a semester or for a year before going back to college, then those students are missed on the count. And so they have to put a deadline at some point of where to count students and things like that. And so they are working on different ways of measuring that, but in reality, that we have a lot of disconnect on the data pieces between K-12 and higher education, and we're still trying to figure out how to talk to each other to make sure that we can see students that are taking a little bit longer to get in, that are going into a technical college, that are going 30 miles down the road to NMSU. I mean, that's, for somebody in Dallas going out of state is a major trip. For us, it's not. And so those kinds of issues are still ongoing questions that TA is trying to work with.
Yeah, that's completely understandable. I can imagine it'd be extremely challenging. I don't know, just an idea, maybe we can foster some kind of partnership with NMSU. I'm sure there's an easy way to filter in their database, I hope, to see which of their enrolled students are coming from YISD schools or trade schools in the area. I don't know, we can just reach out to them and see if they have this data available that'd be willing to share. Or possibly inviting our graduates to self-report. I don't know how successful that would be. I'm sure a lot would get ignored. But just some ideas.
And that's what I was going to, we do survey our seniors. We provide a survey as part of their clearance right before they graduate, and they do let us know what their plans are. Now, whether they enroll or not, that's another, like exactly like you said, it's another. But we do have that particular data for our seniors before they leave us, what they plan to do after graduation. What I couldn't tell you is, did they really attend what their plan was? Did they fulfill their plan?
We also have some information from the National Clearinghouse, and they keep a database of students that are going outside of Texas for higher education. But it's not every college, it's still spotty, and so we can have some idea of some of the students that are going out of state, but it doesn't necessarily include the technical schools, and so it's still a little bit uncertain.
Yeah, it's completely understandable. That's challenging, and I thank you all very much for trying to address it and collecting what data points that you can. And thank you very much for this presentation today.
Thank you.
One note, I'm looking at this, one thing that I did want to point out is the work that has been put into getting these students to enroll in higher institution. And it has been on the upward bound. It's going up. So it's a credit to whatever's happening, and everybody putting in the hard work at our schools.
Absolutely, we have seen the trend, especially because this is a class of 2023. So I'll remind going back to COVID, we saw across the nation a decline of students attending college or universities. So we are happy to see the trend. Our high schools, again, deserve all the credit, along with our counselors, our Go Centers, everybody that pushes our students to do something post-graduation. And we're very happy that many of our students who do get a welding certificate or an electrical certificate may not be here, but they are doing something somewhere with the certifications they get. So I don't want to forget our career side, because they're also very important.
Well, overall, it reflects the type of education that our students are getting in the classroom. I mean, it's really speaks a lot to what our teachers and everybody together is accomplishing, and that is our role, to get these students to go into a higher education and be successful in life.
That's why you're on the honor roll list.
That's what I was going to say. 13 schools, right?
13 schools and the district.
Yep. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we'll follow that up with a brief budget presentation. Or do you want to take a break?
What? If everybody agrees, can we take a small break before we listen to the budgets? That way we can be recharged.
Don't take a break.
I guess we're ready to start.
Yes, sir. Good evening, President Ochoa, members of the board, and Dr. De La Torre. This evening, we have our third presentation regarding the 2025-26 budget development. Our plan tonight and our focus is on legislative updates, particularly the governor's priorities and what we're seeing coming out of the House and the Senate. As you can imagine, across the state of Texas, we're hearing about challenges that districts are facing. There's a common theme there. Most are talking about adopting deficit budgets if the legislature doesn't render a decision quickly about what education funding will be released. They're talking about a lack of resources to support the 25-26 school operations, specifically a need to make budget cuts, the use of fund balance, and worries about whether cash will be sufficient to sustain operations. In this particular slide, we've linked two articles for you, but a simple Google search will reveal that these are common themes across the state of Texas. In fact, TASBO recently surveyed all 190 districts. Of the 190 surveyed, only 47% submitted responses, but of those 47%, 65% said they're very concerned about the state of their district and their fiscal health. And of course, at the heart of the issue is funding education in Texas. So one of the things I wanted to specifically mention was this perception that Texas funds students to the tune of $15,503 per student. Now, much of this information is like the taper. It's a year back, and we are actually pulling data from the taper for much of the information we'll discuss this evening. But this Texas average included ESSER monies. And you all know that ESSER no longer exists. That's roughly $1,000 of this $15,000 that the state is saying they use to fund education. When you look at a $15,500 allocation per student across districts in the state, it seems reasonable then that vouchers would only be $10,000 for regular education students or $11,500 for a student with special needs. However, that's not really the gist of funding. Funding really stems from the basic allotment, and we all know that today's basic allotment, which is, we've heard 2 or 3 times tonight, is $6,160, and it hasn't changed since 2019. With inflation of 20%, that seems just flat out unreasonable. How can a district sustain the level of services and provide for the operations if that is the same amount of funding that we received in 2019? At the top, you can see I have Ysleta, El Paso, and Socorro compared side by side, and we'll delve a little bit more into this on the next slide, but this average, again, includes all local, all state, and all federal funding. So we get excess funds, and again, ESSER is still in here. I'm going to show it to you in a moment without ESSER, but child nutrition money comes through the federal government, through the state, and yet it's restricted for food, and it's in a completely different fund. So again, there are things here that don't necessarily get directly to education. They may be reserved for other purposes. So I like this slide because it breaks it down into a little bit more detail, and it's revealing about probably some of the questions that you get and some of the discussions we've had at other times. In the first column is that state number of $15,503 per student. In the second column, we removed ESSER. So now when we have the adjusted state number, you can see that it's down to $13,986 per student. Interestingly, next column is Ysleta ISD, and I'm going to start at the top and just run down the whole column for Ysleta. Our local M&O taxes, right? So we talk about our property tax rate may be the highest, but our property tax bill is the lowest. This is just another way of looking at that same information. Our local taxpayers provide $2,515 per student for M&O, compared to $5,900 across the state, $4,500 in El Paso, and $3,000 in Socorro. So our local property tax homeowner pays us roughly $2,500 per student for M&O. Now keep in mind our tax rate is composed of 2 elements, M&O, maintenance and operations, and interest and sinking fund. The interest and sinking fund portion for our district is $1,200. That is voter-approved debt only. And again, if you compare it to El Paso and Socorro, you can see that our INS rate or revenue earned for INS is much less than those other two districts. So all total, from our local taxpayer, we get $3,700 of our total $14,000 from local homeowners. The state then, as we've talked about, you have a glass, right? And you get so much money per student. It either comes from your local or it comes from the state. The state then has to make up $9,200 to bring us to the same level of funding, as compared to $4,900 across the state, $6,900 in El Paso, and $7,500 in Socorro. The next line is federal funding. Again, for us, in this particular comparison, I've removed ESSER, ARP, child nutrition, all those monies have been removed so that now when you see the $1,400, you are looking at strictly at federal funding that comes through us, through the state to us from the feds. And so our total per student is $14,372. Interestingly, the bottom two rows, that federal funding from TEA to vendors and the state dollars spent by other entities, you can see that's only at the state level and none of the districts get that. Well, that's because that's state money going to regional education service centers or to vendors who support state reporting, data collection, things like that. So all total, we get roughly $14,372 per student. Some of the questions you may have related to this then are, well, why are we getting more than Socorro and El Paso? We get, right, those special weights that we talked about last time where I showed you if this is what the legislature's giving me and I have to spend 55% on dyslexia, 55% of bilingual on bilingual students, all of those allotments add up. And especially since we serve more special education students than any other district in the city, we get more special education funding. It's not sufficient, but we do get more because we serve that many more students. Does that make sense? Okay. So, moving in then to some of the legislative updates that we're seeing coming out of House Bill 2 is particularly where this focus is because this is most common information we are hearing. And I think there's newer information. Dr. De La Torre may want to shed some light on that in a moment. But the initial estimates were that we were going to get $220 more per student. And that would bring the basic allotment, which we talked about a moment ago, from $6,160 to $6,380 per student. Now, there's a calculation here, and many of you are probably already familiar with it, but just to run through it quickly so you'll know how it works. If our projected enrollment next year is 32,000, so that's how many kids sign up to come to school here. If we maintain average daily attendance at 94%, you multiply those two together and you get the average daily attendance of 30,948. So on any given day, 30,000 students are in school, okay? We get funded on that. So if we get $220 more per student on the basic allotment times the 30,948 students, we end up with $6.8 million more in revenue. Now what they're saying today is, well, of that $6.8 million, 40%, $88 out of the allotment goes to salaries. And it's not just goes to a salary in a one-time lump sum, it goes to salaries on the salary schedule. So it is ongoing and perpetual. Part of what's concerning about that is, well, it leaves us $4 million, and you think, well, that's great. That goes to support operations. It could go to support raises to paraprofessionals, auxiliary staff, and all of those. But keep in mind, once that's on a salary schedule, you are always paying it. And so if we adopted a deficit 2 years ago of nearly $6 million, and a deficit last year of nearly $18 million, that 24 is continuing on. It would take us 6 years of no raises using every dime of that $4 million just to offset the impact from the last 2 years. So all that to say, it's nowhere near enough. We all know it's not enough. Some of the other information we're getting, and I think it talks a little bit about that, is that we're looking at those buckets of money. If we get special education increases to the allotment, if we get safety and security allotment increases, all of those help us and help us significantly. If we get state comp ed increases, those offset expenses we're already absorbing, and much of it is tied up in staff, then it offsets and helps us pay for those ongoing costs from 2 years ago and continuing into next year. Yes, sir.
And just for clarity's sake, the 40% requirement is limited to the teacher's salary schedule. It would not apply to any other employee. And the problem with that, of course, is once they get a 40% increase on the teacher's salary schedule, you've got your hourly employees who are every bit as affected by inflation and escalation and the price of eggs, who are going to look to the district and say, wait a minute, it's great that teachers saw this 40% increase. What about us? Right? And so I think we're vulnerable to morale issues and being pressured into having to look at where do we find resources to at least match what the teacher salary increase would look like. I can tell you that $2.7 million isn't even the equivalent of a 1% raise for teachers. Is that true?
That's true.
It would be less than a 1% raise is what they are committing to the teacher salary schedule. With a 22% inflation after 5 years, it's 1%. So what they're doing now, as I understand it, is they're not increasing the investment in education. What they're doing, because they're getting pressure from school districts that don't have a lot of special ed students, that don't have a lot of poor students or comp ed students, that don't have a lot of English language learners. For those school districts, for Lake Travis, for Eanes, for Highland Park, it is not in their best interest to put the money in the buckets because they don't have very big buckets. That would be in our interest. And so what they're doing is they're pressuring legislators to take money from those buckets, our buckets, one can argue, and put it onto the basic allotment. So we need to be careful and not celebrate when the 220 becomes 300 or something bigger, because what just happened is they went in and they took from the buckets so that they'd have more access to the money instead of schools like the Ysleta Independent School District.
Yes, sir, thank you. All right, so let's talk about some of the other initiatives. You've heard us talk about teacher incentive allotment. It's not something we currently have in the district. And there are several different elements that go into this, but one of the most significant is actually the fourth bullet. If we tried to implement this today, it would take 2 to 3 years down the road. So year one is application year, 2 to 3 years before it could actually be implemented. And the goal of the TIA, which is highly promoted by TEA and Commissioner Morath and the governor, is to reward those teachers who are master teachers, recognized exemplary teachers, basically with more money to get them over that six-figure salary by recognizing those who are exceptional at their jobs. They've added a new designation, which is actually acknowledged, in addition to the recognized exemplary and masters. And then for each, there's a current designation that would allow, the national board certification is a new kind of tweak to it, but for all of the existing, which are the recognized exemplary and masters, they would already get an increase built into the allotment based on current legislation. And then there's another grant program that would go into supporting this as well. So that's one particular item in the legislation that's coming out of, I believe it's House Bill 2. Then there's a teacher retention proposal that's in a completely separate bill. And at first we thought these were double dipping. We thought you get it on the salary schedule and you're getting this teacher retention. That's not the case. And the particular retention allotment for Ysleta would be $2,500 for every classroom teacher with 3 to 4 years of experience versus $5,500 for each classroom teacher with 5 years or more of experience. So that, of course, is intended to keep those teachers with the district and so that we're not training new ones all the time or things like that. So you would keep your great teachers. So both of those, you can tell, are intended to incentivize the profession. And then, as we mentioned already, there are proposed increases. We still don't know the weights. So for $6,160 is that basic allotment. So if you will, that's 100% of that allotment for every student, right? But if you have bilingual or you have special education or you have career and tech, you might get a 0.1 more or a 0.2 more. And so it raises the that you get for basic allotment to 1.4 or 1.5. We don't know those amounts. They're not telling us that yet, so it's almost impossible to predict revenue other than the basic allotment amount that they've talked about because they haven't given us these details. Now, on the special there's special education and CCMR outcomes bonuses. Those, I believe, are currently $2,000, and it would raise those to $4,000, which would be wonderful. And then the fine arts allotment is it's for students in 6th to 12th grade who are enrolled in fine arts courses, and there would be an allotment for them as well. And then finally, in a completely separate bill, is the school safety allotment. Currently, we get $10 per student for safety monies, and then per campus, we get $15,000. It would double both of those. So we would get $20 per student and $30,000 per campus. That would go to help defund, or to fund the cost, defray the cost, and fund the cost of armed offenders, as well as some of those safety improvements. There are always changes that we're making to fencing, to gates, to windows, to doors, to the vestibules, repairs and things like that. So those safety elements could also come from this money. And then the one bill that has passed is the property tax relief, raising the homestead exemption from $100,000 to $140,000. Now, every year they say this, they put it into effect at the beginning of the year, February 13th, but of course it has to pass the voters. No voter has ever declined to support the homestead exemption, so I have no reason to believe that this exemption won't go through as well when it gets to the voters in November. And again, the state says, if that happens, we're going to hold you harmless. When we've tried to delve into it and calculate, well, how do I know you're really holding me harmless? I get, we are. I just get this blanket response, oh, we are. And it's, well, can you show me the calculation? Because I can't get to it, so I'd like the evidence to show me that you really are holding me harmless. And of course, it's a challenging calculation because you're looking at assessed values, less homestead exemptions, less new people getting homestead exemptions, less new people getting other exemptions, and then add that homestead exemption in, what's your taxable value now? Well, what would your taxable value have been? It is very complex, and I know it is, but if you're holding me harmless, somebody's got to be doing the calculation, and I have yet to be able to get that information. I would like to see it just because I'm not that trusting, frankly. And then I've always advocated for, and I think you've heard Dr. De La Torre and some of the others talk about it as well, there ought to be an inflationary factor. I mean, if we look at CPI every year and we see every year that inflation is impacting us and we know we're at 20% over 5 years, why is there not an inflationary factor built into school funding? It should just be an automatic. Look at CPI and give us CPI for the year. So that's effectively what you're seeing in this gold penny yield. So I don't want to go into the detail of what gold, copper, and the pennies represent, but effectively they're saying in fiscal year 2025 it's 129.52. It would go to $130 in 26 and $140 in 27. You can see they don't make up for inflation in year one, but they're starting to try to make a dent in it by 2027. But again, it's a bill. It's not been signed into law. The only one that has is the property tax relief. And that actually concludes the legislative update and this budget presentation. So I'm happy to try to address any questions you might have.
So my question isn't maybe exactly a question, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Yes, ma'am.
So, they always promise these homestead exemptions, and of course, as I pay city taxes, I pay property taxes like everybody else. My property tax does not go down with this. And so I think a lot of it comes from appraisal values going up and stuff like that. I feel like that some way or another, we need to let our taxpayers know. I ran into a person the other day that was saying that they didn't know about the Ysleta homestead exemption, and so I told, well, go make sure you're applied for it and do that because it doesn't happen automatically. And so my point is, I think we need to make it known to the people paying the taxes, the reason why their bill doesn't go down is not because of us. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, and we talk about that frequently when we talk about tax rate versus the tax bill. But as you can imagine, and you mentioned it, we're the only district in the region with a local optional homestead exemption of 20%, and that comes off the top before we even look at the rest of the exemptions. Cities don't offer that. Counties don't offer that. And so when you have, I believe the city passed a bond election, the county and the hospital district passed a bond election. I think EPCC may have had, did they have a bond election? Okay, so they didn't, but the other two major taxing entities did. So it's very difficult to see how a tax bill overall, not just Ysleta's, but the overall tax bill that goes to any homeowner in the city or county would go down when you have these voter-approved initiatives passing, and then they have the authority to levy against those past initiatives. So, yes, ma'am, we should promote what we do here, and I think our PR team does a great job with that.
Sorry, one more question. I had a constituent approach me and say, well, I hear that once you apply for this homestead exemption, not just, I guess, not just the Ysleta one, but for the one that the state is giving, that it expires in a few years and you have to reapply for it? That's not true, is it?
No, that's not true. So unless there's a change, so a divorce, a death, things like that where you maybe are not eligible for, so remember there are categories of exemption, so it's not just the 140. You may get more than that if you have a military exemption, a disability exemption, so it may be well over the 140, but because of then a divorce, it may drop because one person is under the age of 65, so you no longer get the senior exemption. So
In those cases, you would have to reapply?
Yes, ma'am.
But
But
it would be a
typically,
change
they'll
of
tell you that.
circumstance mostly?
yes, usually a change in circumstance will cause that. But in terms of if it's a married couple and they've applied for the exemption and there's no change in ownership of that house, that exemption doesn't expire. It stays in effect. It's a change in circumstance. I was thinking too, sometimes people will assign their home or they want to put it in a family trust or they want to do things like that. Those are those same kinds of changes in circumstances that would cause you to need to reapply. Yes, sir.
Ms. Cameron, could you go back 3 slides? Yes.
Yes, sir.
The numbers at the bottom of this page, I've seen them, but it was in Senate Bill 26.
Yes, sir.
The students with less than, school districts or enrollment less than 5,100, less than ours, they were going to get 5,000 per teacher for 3 to 4 years experiments and like 7,000 for teachers with 5 years. Okay, I saw this in the Senate Bill 26.
Yes, sir.
Did that bill, I thought it passed unanimously.
So it may have passed out of the Senate, but it doesn't have House support yet and hasn't become statute, is my understanding, correct?
So they don't work together,
No.
the Senate and the House.
It has to go through both, and we see
Right,
this
right,
every
right.
time.
But I like the Senate Bill 26. I thought that provided a lot more funding for public schools. And so we're hoping, that something like that happens in the House.
And yes, sir, thank you for pointing that out. I started off talking about House Bill 2, but I believe there's House Bill 2, there's Senate Bill 26, Senate Bill 27. Let's see, Senate Bill 260, House Bill 2. House Bill 4 is about STAR reform, House Bill 6 is discipline reform, House Bill 123 is early education funding, so it's just a plethora of bills coming out of both.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is that all? All right, thank you.
Yes, I got one.
Oh, sorry.
Real quick, how realistic is YISD to put in the teacher incentive allotment?
I'm sorry.
How realistic is it for us to get into the teacher incentive allotment?
We're submitting our letter of intent, sir, in the next week or so. Then once we submit our letter of intent, we start to collect data and we devise our plan. It takes approximately 2 to 3 years for us to get into the program, but we are in that process. We've already requested our link.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, well, first, thank you very much for this presentation and for this update. You mentioned that school districts across the state are looking to have to make budget cuts. What budget cuts are we looking at making?
I think it would be preemptive to talk about anything other than what we've already been through, because obviously, we need to bring recommendations to you. I can't do that until I have a revenue estimate, because I don't know the gap yet you need to close. But I will tell you, I'm not avoiding you from me, we've already talked about staffing. And if staffing is 86% of our budget, then that's the most relevant area, the most impactful area to look at. We are not cutting positions, but we are looking at, can we go to a slightly higher at the secondary level staffing ratio? So instead of 25 to 1, 25.5 to 1, without dramatically impacting academics or quite frankly, teacher energy to deal with the students. So that's one significant area that's already been addressed and in fact started in December. And it's the most impactful piece of our budget. So that's one that we've already addressed and have started on. We are developing, as I've mentioned before, a list of various options, costing them out so that we can come to you when we know the gap and say, all right, to close this gap, here's the number and here are the things we would recommend in priority order, but obviously the final decision will be yours.
Yeah, I think the sooner, I know we want all the information before we put recommendations out there, but I think we have to anticipate an error on the side of a lack of funding and start discussing those by the April meeting. It's going to be very difficult and hard decisions to make. You mentioned we're looking at staffing. I don't think I need an answer on this right now, but definitely something to consider. A popular point that's been made throughout the public, in various forums, including in public comment today here, is a look at admins. And there seems to be a belief that all the increases are happening at the top. I have no idea if it's true or not, but I think the public deserves some numbers and what we could actually work with if we were to cut in that area. Also, for all of us, we really need to consider then what is the right number for an admin, considering all the education that is required, plus years of experience, plus a huge amount of responsibility. For those admins that have done all that, then what is the right number for as far as salaries, if some folks think that they're making too much and we need to start cutting there? And if we did start cutting there, well, then what does that leave us to work with? It keeps coming up over and over. I've been on the record before saying I don't think admins should have the cuts. Maybe my mind can be changed, but I certainly think the public is owed some specific numbers, because those aren't out there right now. At the last meeting, I also asked to look at, we've been looking at proposed budget and approved budget, but we didn't see the numbers for actual budgets. I'm disappointed to see that this was not presented today. Certainly, the next meeting, I really hope that we can discuss that, because I want to anticipate, well, okay, we got a proposed budget, we approved this, what is it actually going to look like, though? I think the public deserves to see those numbers, too. Do you think it's very likely that we're going to approve a deficit budget? And how close are we getting? It says 60 days, right, that we need to maintain in the general fund for?
60 days is what GFOA and TASBO recommend.
Mhm.
Your policy does not dictate that same amount.
What is our policy?
I don't have it in front of me, but it's an odd calculation. I think it's a percentage, and if I recall correctly, I think it's 40%, and if you get below 40%, you have to make changes. I'm sorry, I didn't bring that with me.
I think it's been well publicized with what has recently happened with our neighboring district, of the consequences of continuing to deplete the general fund. Like it's extremely obvious, that would be the worst case scenario here, to have to cut positions, especially teacher positions. And I think we need to avoid that at all costs. And this is where these tough decisions have to come into play. Looking at, the public keeps talking about admins, well, let's look at those numbers. And I'm hoping by April, in addition to looking at what has happened in the past with approved budgets versus actual budgets, so that possibly we can be better prepared for this budget, making sure that we don't put ourselves in that same danger. It was a tough week. I recently had surgery. I had the kids home for spring break, which makes me even more appreciative to our teachers, because it was hard. It was hard for me, and those are my kids. So I'm certainly appreciative of everything that's happened. But my point is, I'm going to be working with you closer this month than I did last month, to start preparing for that April meeting, where I really do think we need to start having these tough choices. I don't want just a few days of, it's even May, or certainly not in June, like, well, this is what we're looking at and this is what we recommend, and we have to make a decision there, because now we only have a few days until the June 30th deadline. I just can't say enough how important it is that we get started on it as soon as possible, and identifying these cuts that are probably going to have to be made.
So I took you back to the slide with the proposed calendar, just briefly, so you know I'm not ignoring you. Next month, and these are important elements. So next month in April, we intend to bring you what we think the gap will be. So if nothing changes at the legislature, based on our current revenue and our current expenditures, here's the gap. But one of the most important things that we're not ready to discuss yet, because we actually evaluate tomorrow and next week, is the new health benefits package. And that always impacts, because it's a part of compensation effectively, and it comes into play January 1 of 2026. So I have to know what it's going to cost the district and what the costs are going to be to the employees for premiums before I can have a fruitful discussion about compensation. So next month, I will bring you, here's revenue as we know it today, here are expenditures as we know it today, here's the new health plan, because you'll have to approve it next month, and here's the forecast for what we believe that will do to premiums for employees and the district effective January 1 as part of that budget. I think what you're asking me for is actuals, not actual budget. So you've got an adopted budget. There are adjustments to the budget. We talk about those when I bring you the timing adjustments. So remember that just because we hit June 30th doesn't mean operations quit. And so there are things that still have to be paid for that came in on July 1 and 2, but they were really for June. So there's a budget adjustment there. But what I will bring you, and what I'm planning for, is a May workshop, at least one early in May, so that you can have a second one if you need to make those tough decisions and to review that information, which also helps us with the state, because our information from Commissioner Murat's office last night was, we don't think you're going to get an answer till late May. So if we can do the budget workshop in May, 2 of them if necessary, to really go through these line items, then I think we'll have the best, most recent information for those discussions at that time, plus I'll have health benefits by then. And I can give you the actuals. We'll have all that information for you at that time.
Thank you very much. Last comment is to the public, community members, stakeholders. We really need you involved. If you want to be out there criticizing on social media and making all these accusations, well, reach out to us and let's work for decisions. I know there are stakeholders that have reached out. Thank you. And we need more of those conversations. This is your district. This is your community. We need your help and your input. So please reach out to me, to your other board members, and I think together we can come to solutions. Thank you for your presentation.
If I may add, the team is texting me, if minimum fund balance falls under 10%, then we would have to have strategies to address the fact that we're falling below 10%. So that's what policy requires.
Thank you.
Versus days. Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank you. Thank you for this very in-depth discussion and presentation. What I heard at the beginning of the presentation and what we have agreed upon as a board and a district is that we are not cutting any staff. We are, am I correct in that?
Yes, ma'am. We are not reducing staff. What
Yeah.
we do is
Right
hold
size.
vacant positions,
Yeah.
right? And we try to fill them with
Yes.
existing staff, but we are not cutting positions.
And that's been a common practice for our district is to, as people retire, that's aligned with the right sizing the district and things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to make sure we reiterate that our main priority and what we will work towards, even if it is an unbalanced budget, none of our teachers, support employees are at risk for losing their jobs. I think that's something that we need to express tonight and drive home each and every meeting as we're working towards the budget.
Yes, ma'am, that is true. Even through all the consolidations over the last 10 years of Dr. De La Torre's tenure, we've never had a layoff. Ms. Russell Garcia's HR team is phenomenal. Everyone has a home. It may not be where you were originally, but you have a home and a job that is comparable to the one you left.
So as we make the difficult decisions that we're about to enter, that might mean no raises this year. I don't know, I'm just putting it out there. It might be no raises, I don't know about the increase to healthcare. I'm very leery about how that will impact. I don't like going into things unknown. However, I just want to drive it home. Employees are not at risk at losing their jobs here at YISD going into this new budget season.
That is not a recommendation that we are bringing to you I hope in May.
And that's when I, as a board member, support keeping our teams the way they are, from teachers down to our support staff at all levels.
I think sometimes it gets a little confusing and convoluted, and I've said it so many times. The situation that Socorro is dealing with, while similar, is very, very different. We are not overstaffed. We don't have excess or surplus teachers. Bobby and her team do a great job of adhering to staffing ratios. So there isn't a lot of room, even if you wanted to go out and reduce the force or tighten up the force, you'd find that many of our classrooms would exceed the current staffing ratio. And so do we have some challenges? Yes. Is it possible that we might come to you and ask you to adopt a deficit budget? Yes, but it's also possible we may come to you and say, if we do this, this, and this, it will reduce that deficit significantly, and now all we need to do is wait and see whether or not the legislative session can support our school district. But we've never had a conversation about reducing the force or considering layoffs at the conclusion of the current 24-25 school year. I can tell you that we can't continue to operate like this forever. We need help, but so does 2/3 of all districts in the state of Texas.
Just one more question. This is an actual question, not a comment. We hear all the news about school lunches and the feds cutting off funding for school. I know it comes to the state. Will those funds that come to the state, are they being cut? Where do we stand with school meals? As of today, we don't know.
So I saw a media request yesterday, and Ms. Glinda had a beautiful response. Ms. Bobby may want to chime in, but it's not impacted us at all. Those programs that were reduced are not programs we had, so it has had no bearing on our provision of meals for students.
That will be the same, we assume, going into next year's budget? Or this year's, what we're going to adopt?
Based on the information.
Based on what we have right now, yes, we assume everything is going to continue. We'll still be providing free meals at most of our campuses.
Okay.
We're just waiting on whether or not TDA is going to modify the guidelines, but as of right now, we will remain as is.
That's important for our parents and our public to
I
hear.
agree.
Thank you.
I agree.
And Ms. Ysleta, regarding our federal funds, at this point, we haven't had an update. We don't anticipate, in speaking to the team this morning, we believe that everything will flow for 25, 26 as they get prepared to probably dissolve the Department of Education. And 26, 27 is where we anticipate some changes, because at that point, if it is dissolved, then the states would be in control. But we have not been updated that we're not getting or getting less at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I have one more thing. So I have quite often, especially at neighborhood association meetings and things like that, I have constituents who are saying, well, what do we advocate for the public schools then? What do we say, you know, if unfortunately vouchers may be a done deal? I mean, Abbott has the votes to get that passed. Then what do our constituents need to advocate for if it's not an increase in the basic allotment, or if it's not, what would really help us the most? So do you have something you could share on that?
Yes, ma'am. So I will say that the $220 increase is not sufficient. We do need a basic allotment increase, but if what Dr. De La Torre was just mentioning, that the pie for education is not changing. They're just talking about diverting it from buckets into the basic allotment. Personally, I think Dr. Chacon and Dr. DLT would say we'd prefer it in the buckets, but 220 is not enough. 400 seemed more reasonable, and I think that number was bandied about a little bit at the beginning. I haven't heard that one mentioned in a while, but.
So that's still a good answer to give people to talk to, because, you know, El Paso's kind of a small town, a big city, small town.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, many of us know our state representatives. We've actually, Vince Pettis graduated with my daughter and knows my daughter very well. And so what I'm saying is that we know these people, and many people know them. So if they're able to talk to anybody, that's your recommendation to?
That would be my recommendation on the revenue side. I will tell you that my preference is not to be forced to put something on the salary schedule at 40%.
Yeah.
Raises are, I'm absolutely pro raises, but if you make me put 40% on the salary schedule and it's only for teachers and not teachers, nurses, librarians, hourly, paras, then you've tied my hands such that it may be very difficult to get those people raises because you've made me put so much on the salary schedule. So
Right.
we would ask that they not bind us to 40%. You know, if you want to say 10% or you want to say something like that, okay. But I can't make up for what those other folks are experiencing with 20% inflation
Right.
if I have to put that much on the salary schedule.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I just want to add to Ms. Woodruff, the economy in the state of Texas is booming. As of right now, there's a $24 billion rainy day fund that Governor Abbott is sitting on. If you want to tell your constituents to do something, or these representatives that we have in the El Paso area, they need to keep bringing that up. What better way to spend that money? I'm not saying all of it, but a nice portion of it than educating the 5.5 million students in the public school systems in the state of Texas. So that might be a point that needs to be shouted from the rooftops in Austin. Okay, Connie?
Well, you can certainly advocate and ask for a larger pie. I mean, if they're going to split the pie differently now, why not a bigger pie if the money's available?
If I may comment, all our local state legislators are on our side. They already understand everything we're doing. I don't think constituent calls to our state representatives are going to change anything when they're already advocating for the things that we're doing. I think we need to remember that with this voucher program, we only lose these funds if a parent decides they don't want to send their child to a public school. And then a private school needs to accept them. So if that's the situation we're in, I think it's on us as a district to be better than private schools. Me personally, as a parent of 3 daughters, I couldn't imagine wanting to send my children to a private school. I don't see what advantage my children would get going to a private school that they're not getting here, especially in the best district in El Paso County. What I would be telling community members is that look at what we're providing as a district compared to the choices that is being provided by private schools. It's, I know the easy solution is just to cut off our competition, but really, we need to be better than our competition and make that case to parents. That's what I would
I think
say.
I've heard Dr. De La Torre say that on many occasions. He's not afraid of competition and in fact welcomes it from charters and private schools.
And actually, I bring that up every single time I speak at a neighborhood association, every single time. But their response is usually, well, what can we do? What can we do? And unfortunately, a lot of our neighborhood associations are made up of the elderly people or the mature people, that's the better way to say it, mature people that live in our district. And they don't have children, or they don't have children to send to our schools. They may be there for grandchildren and stuff like that. So, but what I'm saying is, I toot that horn all the time. That's the very first thing I lead off with. And I use Dr. De La Torre's comment pretty often when I say that, you know what, we aren't afraid to compete with anyone. Just put us on a level playing field, because it's not, we have a higher way to reach sometimes because of the differences that we're experiencing. But I think we do it, and I think that we do it well.
I think if we are to call our legislators and advocate for anything, it's exactly that, put us on a level playing field. And to go with what Trustee Hernandez was saying too, is that if we want more students, we need to be better. But put us on that level playing field, since they're looking to give money to private schools, to homeschools, to charters, then make it fair. We have to take STAR tests, we got to take EOCs. Let's see how they can do. If the private school receives any public funding, then you're now obligated to take that STAR test, or now obligated to take that EOC test. And I'll put Ysleta up against any one of those and see how they do. And I bet you they come right back. But we need to get that message to the state to have them say, if we're going to institute these vouchers, then let's level the playing field and make it a fair fight.
That's a great point as well, in addition to the funding question. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'll finish with this, and that is, when you're a member of TUC, when you're a member of these 12 school districts, Aldine, Alief, Austin, El Paso, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, we actually educate 22% of all Texas students, right? So you would assume that we'd have a little bit of leverage during the legislative session. And in the past, you could feel that they were listening. What I'm hearing from members of TUC, of these 12 school districts that educate 22% of all students in Texas, we're getting the impression that the decision has already been made, that the vouchers are going to become a reality. And, to Trustee Hernandez's point, never has it been more important that we be better and do things better, and I've always said this, and start treating our parents like clients who have options. And that includes engaging them more often, communicating better with them. It also includes promoting all of the good things we do and not just assuming that everybody knows what we're doing, those type of things. But I am convinced, as are my colleagues, that vouchers are a reality. $1 billion worth of vouchers. So that $1 billion is set aside. Whether people come and request the money or not doesn't matter. It's no longer available to us. And then the second piece is, I think the reason they don't believe that it matters whether or not we are on an equal playing field is because, as been mentioned, private schools are going to be selective as to the student that they admit. And they're going to admit students whose parents are going to be very supportive, very involved, who have post-secondary ed experience, who are going to perform well if they take the STAR. What they're going to do is they're going to discourage the English learner. They're going to discourage the family with a student that has a special need. They're going to discourage families where the student may require more resources than they're willing to dedicate to them. So it's really not about parent choice. It's really about the private schools now having a choice as to who they admit into their schools and leaving us with what we've always had, and that is just looking forward to welcoming all students, every student, regardless of their circumstances. So it's an interesting time, because I think the whole narrative in this country right now is one of anxiety and uncertainty, and the pendulum has left, and it has went in a different direction.
You make a valid point. Dr. Torre, make a valid point, and so do our fellow board members. I think when I hear playing field and leveling the playing field and the voucher bill already a done deal, and I mean, there was I don't know how many special sessions the last time around, so at some point they're going to reach some type of agreement. But I think, well, it's one thing we are a very welcoming environment, and I would hope you can feel the energy as you walk into each of our schools, be it at the elementary level, middle school, high school. You can literally feel what kind of world you're walking into. So the environment that we hold, that we keep and the culture at each school is important, and how we welcome our parents, our students. But I think too, in private schools and in some charter schools, there's also smaller class sizes and different ways to be able to educate children, because they are literally on a different level at the state when it comes to actually grading them and how they perform. So regardless of all those factors, we have come out on top and continue to be a very high-performing district. So the reality is we will continue to do that when we say put us on the same playing field. It's at all levels, at classroom sizes, at testing, at what kind of certifications are needed for teachers. So it's a huge conversation, and I hope we are part of that at the state. And I think it's great to reach out to our state reps. Some of us live in a universe where we know our state reps very well. It's true. Many of us that sit on the dais know our state reps very well. But for constituents, to let them know and just remind them, it's not just the people you know, it's others, it's other voters that find this issue just as important. I think that raising our elderly voice is important, to reach out to our local state reps, just to remind them, hey, this is an important issue to me, and I hope that I am represented at the state with your voice.
Thank you.
Nope, up.
Yes, sir.
All right, getting back to the budget development timeline.
Yes, sir.
This timeline is based on what we know now. Is that correct? Say
It
we
is
go,
partially, sir, but the health benefit,
well, yeah, I
Okay.
mean, but
Yes,
aside
sir.
from that, the legislature is the legislature. We never know what's going to happen there. But say we work all the way down to May, and you present us with whatever it is, a scenario is for in the May. And I've heard here and there that maybe by late May, the legislature will come up with some kind of resolution adopted so they can provide a basic allotment increase to the schools. How will that impact all our budget numbers at that time?
we just added into the revenue side effectively. The expense side will be what you really discuss because you don't have much say over the revenue side of the picture, right?
No, but I mean, based on all the things that we were talked about, looking at what reductions we might have to take in order to survive what is now. I'm just saying, how is that going to impact our budget at that time? Will we have enough time from May to June 30th to make those adjustments?
Yes, we've done that before. In fact, the year that Trustee Hernandez joined us, we were in our 6th, I think, special session, and we didn't know.
And nothing happened that time. Nothing
Right, it didn't happen that time.
So, that could also be the worst-case scenario, that, again, it gets tied up and nothing happens, even though how many sessions he called, and nothing ever developed on that. But if it does come through, I just want to make sure that everybody understands that the budget could possibly be impacted by the legislative decisions made late in the year, which is mid-year, so.
Or not at all.
Or not at all.
We may have to adopt without any decision from the legislature.
Okay. So, again, so let's say we do it June 30th, and they work all the way to the summer. That last time they worked all the way through, yeah.
They worked through August, or we did? I'm sorry.
No, they did.
Yes, they did.
Extra
They
sessions.
worked through August. And so we have to adopt by June 30th, which we will, one way or the other. And if we get information from them, we have time to build it in. We're actually.
Past June 30th?
No, because legally I can't. So you would have to come back and amend the budget you adopted.
That's what I was leading to. Can we amend the budget afterwards?
Yes, sir. And many districts will do that very thing.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure that we have
A budget must be adopted by
Right.
June 30, but you can amend it thereafter.
Okay. That's what I just want to make clear.
Sorry
so we
about
could
that.
do
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. If there's no other questions.
Yes.
Okay. We will now discuss agenda items as listed in the posted notice of the regular meeting of the Ysleta ISD Board of Trustees for March 19, 2025, and related recommended motions with the superintendent and executive cabinet, and receive responses to questions and/or requests for additional information through the superintendent in preparation for deliberation and action on said items at the March 19, 2025 regular Board of Trustees. Please stop me if you have any questions or wish to pull an item. Consent items. Consider approval of the minutes for the Board of Trustees Superintendent Evaluation Meeting, January 29th, 2025 at 6 p.m. Number 2, Board of Trustees Workshop and Regular Board Meeting, February 12th, 2025, 6 p.m. Number 3, Monthly Financial Statements and Bond Project Report for January 2025. Number 4, Resolution to amend authorized district representatives for text pool. Number 5, Authorize use of investment brokers. Number 6, Annual Investment Policy Review Resolution. Number 7, approve Annual Investment Training Resolution. Number 8, approve award of YISD solicitation number 225005, RFP for E-rate 2025 Internet Port Services without transport.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I have questions on 8, but it also involves 9 and 10.
What was that again?
I have a question on number 8, but it includes a question on 9 and 10.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. President, I also had the same thought. I see that items 11 and 12 have already been pulled, but the discussion I want to have involves items 8 through 12.
Okay.
I'm wondering if we can discuss those together. I believe Trustee Haggerty, is that what you were getting at?
I have questions for 11 and 12 also.
So if we can pull all items 8 through 12 and have discussion on those items, as they're all related to each other.
Okay, no problem. Pull. Consent item number 8, approve award of YSD solicitation number 225005, RFP for E-rate 2025 Internet Port Services without transport. Pull Consent item number 9, approve award of YISD solicitation number 225006, RFP for E-rate 2025, direct internet access with transport. And we're going to pull number 10, approve award of YISD solicitation number 225007, RFP for E-rate 2025, fiber connection. Item number 11 has already been pulled for approve award of YISD solicitation number 225008, RFP for E-rate 2025 District Network Electronics. And it's item number 12 has already been pulled. That's approve award of YISD solicitation number 225010, RFP for E-rate 2025 Internet Border Gateway Protocol BGP routers. And then consent item number 13 is approved solicitation number 225011, RFQ, RFP for audit services financial. The consent items that were pulled was the ones I mentioned, a whole bunch of them, 8 through 12. Do I have to repeat them again? No, okay, thank you. So, the action items, order of cancellation of election for single-member districts 1, 3, 5, and 7. Action item number 2, donation for Young Women's Leadership Academy. And the closed session will be a discussion of district-wide intruder detection audit report findings. Number 2 is consultation with legal counsel regarding the interlock agreement between participating members of the RAID 41 group and the engagement letter from special counsel in connection with the intervention of the RAID 41 group in the Public Utility Commission of Texas PUC proceeding SOAH docket number 473-25-11219, application of the El Paso Electric Company to change rates. The order of the agenda has been approved. May I have an electronic motion on the remaining consent agenda items on this agenda as recommended by administration?
Mr. President, I move to approve the remaining consent agenda items listed on this agenda as recommended by administration.
We have a motion by Ms. Woodruff. We have a second by Mr. Shane Haggerty. Please cast your electronic votes. All votes have been cast. The results are 7 in favor, none opposed. At this time, we will discuss the full consent items, starting with consent item number 8, which is, let me get back to it. Approve award of YISD solicitation number 225005, RFP for E-rate 2025 Internet Port Services without transport. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. So my questions are not on particular item 8. It's more on items 8 through 12 as a whole. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Moy for reaching out and trying to anticipate concerns that this board will have and explain what we're looking at, which I highly encourage, by the way, an action to be taken more often. Please feel free to reach out to us and give us a heads up. Don't always wait for us. Ms. Moy, would you mind? So in our discussion, I learned about E-rate, which is a federal program that will cover, depending on the item, 85 to 90% of expenditures incurred specifically towards technology like internet. And that's great, but it still does come at a cost to the district. I think those 5 items combined is about $300,000 that we're being asked to approve. It's also my understanding that amount can actually be more, and I'm just not sure, especially during a time when we're trying to find cuts, that this is a necessary expense. And my understanding is this is to improve our internet, our hardware, our bandwidth, but I don't see, if you can, I'd like you to make the case of the urgency for us approving this item today. One of the answers I got back was that we need to do this now because we will lose our E-rate funding. So I'm curious, how long have we been, how many years, or is this the only year that we've received or been eligible for E-rate funding? And are we not able to apply for E-rate funding next year?
Great questions. Good evening, members of the board, Board President Ochoa, Dr. De La Torre. Diana Moy, Associate Superintendent for TIS. With me today is a member of my team, Mr. Doug Chamley, our Network Service Manager, that will help me answer some more technical questions when it comes to E-rate. Let me go back and give you just a little bit of history with E-rate for the purpose of your question. So you are correct, it is a federally funded program that helps districts afford high-speed internet and technology infrastructure by offering these discounts. So really, the FCC sets aside this funding each year to eligible districts. So eligible districts consist of K-12 school districts, broken down into 2 categories. Category 1 being that internet access, Category 2 being your equipment, your network equipment to support that internet access. To apply for E-rate, we must follow competitive bidding rules, and this is how we are able, or the FCC is able to provide those discounts of up to 90% for students qualifying for free or reduced lunch. So yes, we apply on a cycle basis, what we know as a 3-5 model, correct me if I'm wrong, Doug, which is a 3-year to 5-year. We are coming up now on the end of our 5-year cycle. We came to you back in 2020, so now it's the end of that cycle, so we are ready to renew that E-rate funding. E-rate funding is capped every year, so priority does go to those higher need districts. And please keep in mind that this money comes from special programs through the USF, the Universal Service Fund, to improve our telecommunication processes. As you know, technology is ever-changing and constantly needing these upgrades. Now, we do upgrade by phases, by feeder, depending on the need. So we do have this updated equipment. However, we want to take advantage of us applying for E-rate in this new cycle, which ends June 30th, for our internet service, so that we don't disrupt any internet service to the functionality of the district, student learning, testing, registration, during that time that is more critical for our infrastructure.
So you're saying that we don't approve these items today, that the district's going to lose internet service on July 1st?
Unless we pay the full amount.
Unless we pay the full, how are we paying for internet service now?
Through the E-rate funding. So we're currently paying through E-rate. We have that for the 5-year cycle.
So the funding is awarded annually? and we have to meet certain application, sorry. The funding's awarded through E-rate annually, and you have to meet certain filing guidelines. There's a filing guideline that's March 26th. It's called a 471, and to actually get funding for this next year, we have to meet that funding deadline. And so all of these proposed projects would need to be filed by March 26th. If we don't meet that guideline or deadline, then we wouldn't be able to, we wouldn't have our applications qualify for next year's funding. And the existing contracts from last year's funding expire on June 30th, 2025. For anything that's services, which would be actually the 5, the 6, and the 7. The 8 and the 9 are not service related, and so those don't have a June 30th expiration.
Which one does not have a June 30th expiration?
The 8 and 10 don't have the June 30th expiration. However, they do have the March 26th filing deadline, the same as the others.
So are these expenditures that we're already experiencing, or are these new items that we're being asked to approve going to increase the part that the district has to pay?
No, our percentage, that as a percentage, what we pay will remain the same.
No, but the dollar amount. The dollar amount that we're being asked to approve, which is nearly $300,000, that the district portion, is that more than what we had to pay for this previous year?
Currently, yes, yes.
By the $300,000?
I'm not sure what the price differences are.
Couldn't we still get E-rate funding for this year and keep everything the same?
No. No. Because those current contracts are expiring on June.
Why can't we renew the contracts
Because,
under the same pricing?
well, that's what these bids were for, to get new pricing.
But you're raising the prices.
Right.
What we're going to have to pay is $300,000 more.
So
You're telling me that that's completely unavoidable, that these near $300,000 must be paid, or we're going to lose our contracts and our internet service.
Right, so again, to distinguish the 5, 6, and 7 from the 8 and 10, the 5, 6, and 7 have the expiration of June 30th, and if we don't renew this through E-rate, then we'll have to be paying for it all out of pocket or just forego any kind of internet access.
To understand, just to intervene a little bit, can you give us a little history on how this works year after year, and the 5 years which we have a contract with E-rate? Our contract expires at some point, and so we need to renew in order to keep the same rates with all of these other contracts that we have. But could you just give just a brief history so that we're all on the same playing field?
Okay. Okay, there's 2 categories of funding. One is Category 1, and that's typically focused on services, which are like internet service. Think of like utilities. So on the consumer side, it would be AT&T, Spectrum, Charter, things like that. So service-related categories, and those are funded at, for us, at 90%. So we pay 10%. The other category of funding under the program is called Category 2, and that's typically focused on infrastructure-related items. So like access points, switches, that's typically what we spend our Category 2 funding on. And that's funded for us at 15%. So the E-rate program pays for 85, we pay for 15% of those items.
I understand that. But we don't have to, we're being asked to approve upgrades. We're being asked to approve more bandwidth. We're being asked to approve better hardware. I'm saying, if we don't get all these upgrades, it's not mandatory to get the upgrades to receive the same E-rate funding. And it should be noted, I felt like the answer was given to me to make me feel like E-rate's disappearing, but it's not, right? E-rate funding,
Maybe, well.
we're still applying for that for the next fiscal year, correct?
We are, so we are applying for that E-rate, but keep in mind, right now with the current situation with public school funding, there is a possibility that E-rate funding may be challenged. I believe it currently is being challenged. And so we want to take advantage of that opportunity now in the event that E-rate, keep in mind it's federally funded, the challenge goes through and we can't rely on that anymore. So basically, like, for example, the equipment item in the agenda where Ysleta's responsibility would be the $210,000, which is the bulkier part of our responsibility. That's going to unlock $1.19 million for us if we take advantage of that now. We're only paying $210,000, but we're getting $1.19 million, which will prep us for the next 10 years in the event that we do have to prepare for additional bandwidth. Currently, we're using about 12 gigabytes? Yes. And so with the pattern that we're currently using right now, we're doubling that. Keep in mind, we're using YouTube. STAR testing is now online. So that is very demanding in and of itself. We have a lot of teaching resources that are online and require that bandwidth. So it's preparing us and setting us up for the future if we take advantage of unlocking that $1.19 million by approving that $210,000 for that equipment.
I just think this board's in a position where we have to say no to something. We can't be adding additional costs. I understand that, well, we get all this additional money. I feel like it's my wife comes with coupons, and it's like, well, look at all the money we're saving. It's like, we only get that if we spend this much. I would like to hear Trustee Haggerty. I know he has some questions that may help. I think it's okay to say yes to a lot of these and maybe no to the district network electronics. And a lot of things would function just fine, unless you like to make the argument that that is not true.
I think I'm going to intervene just real quick, and I would like to hear Trustee Haggerty. On all of these items, that's the point where we'll make a vote, and that will be the decision, whether any of the items are approved or not. But I would like to hear Trustee Haggerty next, if that's okay.
I did have several questions. And certainly I'm not trying to kill anything for the sake of killing anything or be up here putting you on the spot for any reason. This happens to be the area that I have some background on, and I want to do my due diligence as far as making sure we're getting our best bang for our buck. So my first question would be, between 8 and 9, why do we have two separate internet accesses? Why do we need TCP and pay $50,000 or $70,000 for TCP, but not pay an additional $50,000 for not having TCP? Can't we use number 9 to have regular TCP traffic and then also VPN traffic and other stuff? Why do we need both?
Sure, and I appreciate the insight and the question based, especially because of the background, so thank you for that question. That's really because of the way our infrastructure is built. That's the design of the infrastructure. So in the event that it's a best practice, one provider goes down, not being with the same provider allows us that resiliency so that we are not putting the district at risk. If one provider does fail for whatever reason, we can still continue on with our daily operations without a hitch.
And in regard to that question, why are we going with the provider number 9 how is that one the best?
So we only had 2 vendors.
I thought there was 3.
For item.
Wasn't there one on another page? I think it was page 65 or something like that.
Are you in direct internet access with transport? Item 9. Yes, we had 2, and we did go with the second lowest. You are correct.
There wasn't 3, there wasn't one on another page?
There was 3 for solicitation 225006 RFP. We did have 3, and we went with the second lowest.
So why did we choose the second lowest? Because it wasn't
Go ahead.
close.
The item 2. We went with the first lowest for
And there is 3.
RF.
There's 3. There's one on the next page.
for 225005 RFP, E-rate internet port services without
With transport.
transport.
With transport?
Oh, with transport, you are correct. There was 3, and we went with the second lowest, and that's because on item 8, internet port services without transport, we did go with the low.
And then why is it more expensive to go without transport when they're providing less?
Well, with transport would be for this location, without transport would be at our co-location downtown at the Telco Data Center. And the difference is, in a Tier 1 data center like that, at Telco, the service providers already have what they call point of presence there. And so there's less infrastructure and less work for them to deliver the service. Whereas if they bring it to the customer, then there's more installation and configuration for them to do. And so they charge you more because they add on that portion called transport, which is like the kind of the last configuration step where they have to make that internet connection.
So you're
And so
getting your delivered,
Cost you more.
your service delivered from the provider to the network.
And we're getting 12 gigabits, or we're upgrading to 24, or what was the?
Right, so the bids allow us to go from 20 to 100. And so right now, we're at 20, and so the idea is to go to 100 in the future. Because these bids take care of us for 3 years, and so sometime during that time period, we'll go from 20 to 100.
And that's incoming, or is that,
That's outgoing.
don't we already have that? We have the dark fiber, and we've got, like, from what I remember from 5 years ago, the connection from Central to the high schools is 100 gigs, and from the high schools to the feeder schools, it's 40.
Right, and so that's like the internal network, but would be strictly the internet access portion of it.
And then from Central to downtown, it's 100 gigs.
Yes. Well, it will be with this bid.
Not currently.
What is it currently?
Right now, it's 20. Oh, 10.
Right now
10.
it's-
10 right now.
With the goal of getting to that 100.
And just to give you a little bit
Go ahead and come to the mic.
explanation of the prices, right now we're paying for 20 gig, $10,000. For 100 gigs, we're going to be paying $10,000. So we're paying the same amount right now under E-rate, so 10% of that. $9.99 actually.
How are we paying 10 when it's 70,000 for,
Oh, monthly payment, I'm sorry.
I don't follow, because the way it's presented, we should be paying 12,000 for the year.
No,
Because we have 120,000, is it total, I guess? 120,000 and E-rate's covering 90% and we're paying 12,000?
well, I'm sorry, the prices, the amounts we have here is for 20 gigs. I was going based on the 100 gig price. I don't think you have that on your spreadsheet. But just going on prices, that's what, prices came down. That's what, it's better for us to go out for bid. because prices are going down. That's one of the reasons. Like I said, our bid expires in June 30th, so we couldn't renew according to our purchasing rules. We had to go out for bid or pay out of a cooperative. But it's better for us to go out for bid because we get better prices.
And then we're paying an additional 20,000 for the fiber connection? So what is the direct internet access? How is that different from the fiber?
Right now, what we have is 20 gigs. 20 gigs, and there's times that we exceed it, and everything slows down. So we get a lot of calls as far as phones starts having problems. Chromebooks don't have access, so there's peaks that we go up to 21, 22.
So I guess my question is, we're paying 50,000 in number 8, we're paying 70,000 in number 9, and we're paying another 20,000 in number 10, and they all deal with that connection.
So we got 2 connections, one downtown and one here.
Okay.
For resiliency, right?
And we have the transport
20
connection here and
yeah,
the
20
non-transport there.
downtown, 20
So what's
here.
the additional 20 in number 10?
In number 10, which one's number 10?
The E-rate fiber connection?
Okay, that's our fiber connection.
The BGP router, is that 10?
Number 10 is our fiber connection.
So 10 is lease fiber between here and the co-location downtown building. So think about it.
Don't we already have that?
You already have it?
Don't we already have that?
Yes, but also the contract expires. So
That's
the bid
what we're
expires, so we have to renew.
But in 2020, I thought it was for 15 years.
No, that's the dark fiber. So the dark fiber, we have it. We kind of own it, in quotation, but not really own it. This is the lease fiber between this building and the downtown building for 10 gigs. We're expanding that to 20 gigs. And the reason for that connection is because...
But you just said we're expanding to 100 gigs and we're getting 20 gigs between the two.
No, for internet. For internet. So internet, there's 2 different things. So internet is everything that goes out to the internet. The fiber connections is a connection between both sites, the location downtown and central office. That connection is for our firewalls to talk to each other and send information in case one of them goes down. It automatically routes all the traffic to the second connection without losing any data.
Excuse me, just real quickly. I really appreciate the dialogue, and this is really intense, and I even more appreciate Trustee Haggerty's expertise. And I'm hoping we're starting the committee on all of this technology things, and that's something that you're driving. So I would like to recommend to see this group working closely with Trustee Haggerty in the future, so that we can understand more, because I think your expertise really helps the board to understand all of the different items we're talking about and all of the different technologies, because this does require a level of expertise. But for the purposes of this evening, I would like to see if we can kind of bring some of the conversation back to making a motion. I don't know if we're there yet.
Well, before that, I think when these E-rates are basically providing YISD with the opportunity to, yes, upgrade, to sustain, and to maintain the level of networking plus as well as the hardware and everything, because I have a background as well in cybersecurity that I saw that technology changes from year to year. Just like your laptops, you can buy a laptop today and next year it's pretty much obsolete. You have to upgrade it and all that. So what E-rate does is give us almost $119 million for 300, or what's the amount?
For the equipment specifically?
No, just the amount, the E-rates.
Oh, 2 million is what we budget for.
No.
190.
So let me add some clarity to the budget piece of this discussion. So E-rate is one of the unusual federal funding amounts. We budget for E-rate every year, but we only budget the piece we have to pay to the vendor, where with other federal grants, you budget 100% of the cost, and then you claim back your money from the feds. If we don't pay for these, if we don't do the internet, we're just not going to have, it's not that I'm not going to let you not have it, 100% is going to come from this year's budget, and it is not budgeted. The match, the 300,000, más o menos, is budgeted every single year because we always rely on E-rate funding for these technology services. So to not do this would be far more expensive to the district than to let this go and try to fund it on our own and then go out to bid or do something similarly. We budget the entire match every year for E-rate, and then the E-rate money goes directly to the vendor. It never even flows through us.
Right.
So it doesn't increase or hurt my budget unless you don't do it, frankly.
And let me say, I love E-rate, and I love what we're able to do with it. I'm just making sure that we're being fiscally responsible with the dollars we have this year, which leads me to my questions on 11 and 12, which also relate directly to what Trustee Hernandez was asking, and that is, why are we getting the equipment we're getting? Is it because the switches and routers that we have, are they already at the end of life, or are they just old and we're looking to replace them? Because we're looking to replace them with really expensive pieces of hardware that are also old.
But
Like
again,
the Catalyst 8500 that's,
but again,
according to
if we
CDW,
upgrade
is about
the hardware,
180,000.
it would ensure
And
us
I
for
would-
the
I was
next
still
few
asking my
years.
question, but,
On the switch
I
side.
think,
right, so
we have
the
older
5-year-old
switches that are
switch
replaced.
is listed for 179,000, but we're looking to spend more than that because we're paying, I forget the amount that it was, but it was for 3 years. We're paying that amount for 3 years. So by the time we finish paying, we would have spent the same amount of money to go buy that thing brand new outright instead of 3 years and then an optional 2 more years.
And just as Ms. Cameron was stating earlier, if we do defer, it's only going to increase our future cost.
But we're buying
So if we're
stuff-
replacing that aging equipment outside of E-rate, then
Make a
again,
motion.
we're going to be responsible for that 100% funded versus taking advantage of that E-rate.
But there's other equipment that's better rated than the Catalyst 8500, like the Juniper.
Right,
It's
and that
it's got a higher
equipment-
security rating, it costs half the price. So why are we doing the Catalyst?
Oh, which one, the BGP router?
On the Catalyst, the switch, the 8500?
Yes. So we did a cost analysis because that equipment got purchased 5 years ago.
Well, the equipment is 5 years old. This is the stuff you were saying
Okay,
we're gonna buy brand new.
Trustee Hagerty, I'm sorry. I would like to first recommend, again, that these very in-depth items are shared with Trustee Hagerty, and during his committee, he's able to really look at everything
Yeah,
and
but
make
we're looking
in-depth
at
recommendations.
spending the money tonight, so if we don't get the answers
I understand that,
tonight-
but I would like to make a motion on this item at this point. I think we've had an in-depth discussion, and there's further discussion needed between the committee and this particular area of technology, but I think that I would like to make a motion.
So we're just gonna spend $300,000
I'm going to make
because
motion number 8, and
because
if
the
we need to
conversation is
continue
boring?
on, but I would like to make a motion. Excuse me?
It's not boring, it's not that.
Yeah, I would like to, we are discussing motion, item number 8 still, right?
I think Trustee Haggerty should finish his questions.
That's fine,
And
but
his
I made a
comment.
motion,
there's
trustee.
a motion
And
that placed on number 8.
I still have a few questions that I would like
I've
to
made a
ask.
motion, and we can continue on with the other items, but at this point, I would like to make a motion.
On what? Number 8?
On item number 8,
Read it.
I move to approve and award the YSD solicitation number 225005 RFP for E-rate 2025 Internet Port Services without transport
Do
in
we-
the amount of $50,000.
I second. Can we do electronic vote on that?
Mr. President, may we still have discussion before we vote?
No, the motion has already been placed.
I believe we're allowed to.
You're already-
Mr. Soffit, can you verify, are we allowed as a board to continue discussion even though there's been a motion and a second? Can we still have discussion before we vote?
That's correct. Your
Thank you.
board operating procedures provide for discussion even after a motion's been made. There are time limits in
What's
your
the
board
time limit?
operating procedures.
What's the time limit?
3 minutes per person.
It's
3 minutes.
basically that, and then after everyone has spoken, there can be a second round, but that's basically what the board operating.
If we vote on that, on a second round.
I'm sorry, sir.
If we vote on a second round.
I think that's right. Yes, sir.
So you have 3 minutes.
My
Well,
question-
I have quick questions, and then it'll be Mr. Haggerty's. Okay, so the 279,000 that we're being asked to approve through these 5 items, is that the absolute limit, or is that just to start, and there may be more costs in the future related to these contracts that we're being asked to approve today?
The only other upgrade we would anticipate seeing would be of that of moving from the 20 to 40 to eventually the 100 in the future.
What would be the cost on that?
Right now, because we are only looking at beginning with that existing, it would be the numbers that I provided to you in that table. Specifically, if we continue with our service for 20 gigs, we're looking at that 1,195 a month. 40 gigs would be that 1,950. 80, 2,450, and eventually $2,800 a month.
Thank you. One more question. If we approve all the items except for the district network electronics, will this district still have internet service?
We would still have internet service. Those are dependent of each other, so there would be no impact if we were to vote no for the equipment.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes. I guess my questions are still on the hardware. Why are we looking at those pieces of hardware specifically? Why wouldn't we look at something cheaper that's rated higher? And then every single switch and router that was on that list because we don't have the list of switches and routers that are being replaced, we have what we're buying. The ones that we're replacing, are they all end of life? Is there no more updates available for those? Or is it just that they're older pieces of hardware?
So we do have some switches. I'll let Hans
Yeah,
talk about those switches.
They're end of life, same as the access points we have. Some of those access points are already end of life. They've been end of life since, I would say, 2018. So we're still running with them, and because we replace in cycles, we don't replace everything at once. Depends on on E-rate funding. And this, just to go back to E-rate, we get funding every 5 years. So this is the last year of the previous 5 years. So if we don't use this money right now, we're gonna have to spend it from next year's, the next cycle, next 5-year cycle.
But that would give us a year, so the governor can release funding and stuff. I'm not excited. It doesn't bother me if we have end-of-life switches. The routers and firewalls, I think, need to be taken care of, because if they've reached end of life, they're not getting those security updates, and we're putting our district at risk for a cyber attack.
So what we're
But the
saying with the
switches-
access points specifically is like the older ones are slower. They can't handle all the Chromebook connections. So once we replace them with new access points, the Chromebooks will work a lot faster. So it's just old technology that we have in place. And if we're getting, if we have to pay 50%, I mean, I think it's better than to pay 100%.
But even still, those switches and hubs and access points can wait.
Some of the switches that we're replacing, they're from 2015, and they're rebooting every now and then, because it's, like I said, old technology.
And then again, why replace it with the most expensive equipment it looks like you guys could find? Not that you did, but when
It's not going to be the most expensive one. We looked at it.
It's pretty close. Again, I'm just throwing out brands. Juniper has been rated higher security-wise, has been rated higher performance-wise than the Cisco that was picked, but it costs half as much. Why wouldn't we go with that one?
Item are the regular switches, or were you talking about the 8500?
The 8500, then the comparable was the Juniper
Juniper didn't bid anything.
MX480 or the Juniper MX2.
Yeah, we did an open bid, so we say this is what we're looking for. Please provide us with a solution, and only 2 vendors responded, and both of them responded with the same platform.
Didn't you
So
limit?
it wasn't up to us.
It looked like there was a limit. You have to respond with this specific piece of hardware, or we don't
No,
want to see your
we
bid.
said, no, because purchasing won't let us. We have to put equivalent. So anybody could respond that we say,
It
this is
didn't
what
say
we.
equivalent.
All right, thank you. You exceeded your 3 minutes.
No, purchasing would have denied us if they didn't have the word equivalent.
Anybody else wish to speak?
One of the
F.
E-rate requirements is that
Sir.
all bids have to specify or equivalent.
Okay, does anybody want to extend for a second round? Put it to a vote if you want to. If not, a motion's been made on number 8. It's been second. Please cast your electronic votes.
We need to, yeah, we'll need to record those.
Oh. We have a motion by Ms. Catherine Lucero, second by Mr. Shane Haggerty. Please cast your electronic votes.
Trustee Lucero, did you read the motion?
Yes, she did.
Yes, thank you.
All votes have been cast. Results are 7 in favor, none opposed. We have a motion for number 9. Ms. Woodruff.
I move to approve award of YISD solicitation number 22006 RFP for E-rate 2025 direct internet access with transport.
Okay, we have a second by Mr. Haggerty. Please cast your electronic
Mr. Ochoa?
votes. Yes.
Mr. Ochoa, I think is the intent of the motion that it's approval as recommended by administration?
As recommended by administration.
Thank you.
All votes have been cast, 7 in favor, none opposed. We're consent item number 10. May I have a motion? Mr. Dwyer.
Approve the award of YISD solicitation number 225007 RFP for E-rate 2025 fiber connection. Recommendation by administration.
We have a second by Ms. Woodruff. Please cast your electronic votes. Votes have been cast, 6 approve, 1 not in favor. Number 11. Is there a motion?
For what?
Mr. Bustillos.
I move to, President Ochoa, I move to approve and award YISD solicitation of 2250008 RFP with United Data Technologies as shown on solicitation documents for E-rate 2025 District Network Electronics during the correct period of July 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026 for a not to exceed annual amount of 1.4 million consigned upon final negotiation in-house counsel review and Form 1295 Certificate of Interest Parties.
As recommended.
As recommended
By
by the administration.
Okay, please cast your electronic votes. All votes have been cast. Results are 5 in favor, 2 opposed. Consent item number 12. May I have a motion? Ms. Lucero.
President Ochoa, I move to approve award of YSD solicitation number 225010 RFP with United Data Technologies as shown on solicitation documents for E-rate 2025 Internet Border Gateway Protocol BGP routers during the period of July 1st, 2025 to June 3rd, 2026 for not to exceed an annual amount of $550,000 with the possibility of 3 one-year extensions contingent upon final negotiations, in-house counsel review, and Form 1295 certificate of interested parties.
We have a second by Mr. Bustillos. Please cast your electronic votes. All votes have been cast. Results are 5 in favor, 2 opposed. I think that does it with our consent items.
No.
No, we're in action items now. Action item number 1, order of cancellation of election for single-member districts 1, 3, 5, and 7. Is there any discussion?
Mr. President, I'd like to say something.
Yes.
I know it may not seem like it when we have these discussions that are tough like this and people are very invested and passionate in what they're saying. But I just want to say that it's really a joy to serve on this board. I really appreciate the opinions of every person on this board. And I'm very, very glad that we are able to work again together without having to, I know it's the American way to have elections and all of those things, but I think we've proven that we are a good board because of our consistency and because of the people that we have on this board. So I just want to say I'm very grateful that Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Bustillos, Mr. Ochoa, Ms. Lucero are going to be serving another 4 years. I think it just adds great things for our district. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I
Anybody else?
had a quick question on that. What is the amount of money we won't be spending because we're able to cancel the election?
That's a good
question.
Mr. Haggerty, good evening. Priscilla Mata, Chief Counsel. Good evening, board members and Dr. De La Torre. So typically, when you do have a contested election, we join forces as required by law with the county elections department, and we were looking at almost $150,000 to run 4 different elections. So you are saving about that much by canceling the elections due to them remaining unopposed.
And if that money was already allocated for the elections that we don't have to spend,
I don't know that.
where can it be best applied?
That's a budget question.
To the existing deficit?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, all I can say is, on behalf of all 4 of us, it's an honor to be on this board. And we've been on it for quite a few years. But from what has happened as far as not being opposed for our elections, I think it's a consensus from our community that they want us to continue with this, serving the board as we have, and that we hopefully continue to excel for the children that are attending our schools. We have been recognized from various organizations and everything else. That's welcome, but I think it is a true testament to what happens in the district, not only in the classroom, in the buses, in the cafeteria, with our counselors, with our custodians. It's a testament to how we've all been working together to make this district better. And that is our goal, as well as mine, is to just continue to get better and better, despite the challenges that we meet at the years to come. I mean, those are part of life. We just have to try to overcome them as best as possible for the best of the district, which is our children. So thank you all for the support that you've given us, and hopefully we can continue to provide those decisions that are hard sometimes, that we can continue on that path to excellence as the years come in the next 4 years. Thank you.
Mr. President, I just want to echo everything you just said. It certainly is a testament to the great work that Trustee Bustillos, Trustee Haggerty, Mr. President, Trustee Ochoa, and Trustee Lucero, that you continuously have gone unopposed in your communities, really speaks to the level of work and the high regard that is in your community, because in the other districts, we're not seeing unopposed races. So congratulations to you all, and it truly is an honor to continue to work with you.
This is my turn, real quick.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you to my community, number one. Number two is, like Ms. Woodruff said, you know, this board is unique. We all bring our expertise to the table, and we all come together. I know sometimes, you know, it doesn't look like much fun up here. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. And, you know, it are hard questions. There are hard questions. There's a lot of hard things to do. We got to, like President Cruz said, our future is going to be pretty tough. But we do have a board that's consistent, and, you know, I think everybody here owns it. And they've been here long enough to know that we do right by kids, we do right by our teachers, and we do right by our communities. And we know, if you know any of us, we love our communities, every single one of us. And we do. We hold you guys in our hearts, and that's what we do. And we're not perfect, by all means. Believe me, we do make our mistakes, but know that we do it with our heart's intent. So thank you to my community, and thank you for the rest of this board that you guys are here, and I look forward to the hard times that are coming up. So thank you.
I just want to say that at some point, it might have been a few years back, maybe a couple of years, we were considered a boring board. And I think we've moved up from that rating to a more eloquent, dialoguing, active board. And so I appreciate the dialogue, even when it's tough, or even when I kindly express it's time to move on. It's done out of love and compassion for everybody. And I really want to thank our team here for the consistent efforts and consistent information. It doesn't matter what we ask, we will get answers. And I really appreciate that, and I appreciate the time the team took tonight to go in depth about the technology. I learned a lot, and I appreciate all of our board members who, without reservation, ask the important questions. And it is an honor to serve with every single person on this board, and every single voice is important. So I just want to honor and thank my community and everybody for continuing to trust in me.
No more further discussion. May I have a motion?
Yes, Artie. I'm honored to read this one. I move to acknowledge receipt of a certification of unopposed candidates. Cancel the May 3rd, 2025 election for District 1, District 3, District 5, and District 7, and declare the unopposed candidates duly elected to office after the canvass of the May 2025 election of Ysleta Independent School District.
Thank you, Mr. Dwyer. We have a second by Mr. Hernandez. All votes have been cast. The results are 7 in favor, none opposed. Thank you. Now we come to action item number 2. You've been waiting so patiently out there for this. Donation to Young Women's Leadership Academy. Is there any discussion?
Yes, there is. So we all know about the great work that the Young Women's Leadership Academy is doing, and especially in the area of STEM and pushing young women to be able to excel in that field that's predominantly dominated by men. And so this is just such a great opportunity for us to receive this donation. We know that you're going to put it to great use, and we are excited to see what wonderful things come out of the Young Women's Leadership Academy because of it. And with that, I would like to make the motion for this.
Ms. Woodruff?
I move to accept a donation to Young Women's Leadership Academy from the Young Women's Preparatory Network from a grant provided by the Prentice Farrar Brown and Aline Ford Brown Foundation, valued at $149,836.
Please cast your votes. Votes have been cast, 7 approved, none opposed. Would you please stand up there, please? Thank you for your dedication, and I know these funds will really help you out in the next coming year as well. So thank you for all the good work you've done, and thank you for all the good work you will be doing in the future.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
I'd also like to extend my thanks to all the hard work you guys have been doing and for working so hard to get this grant. I certainly appreciate it. I do have a question for Ms. Villalobos, and that is, not the year, but if you could tell us the month and date of your birthday. I'd also like to extend, especially today, that we're recognizing them for their hard work to get $150,000. It's also happens to be Ms. Villalobos' birthday, so happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
All right. Now we will be moving into closed session. The Board of Trustees has determined that a closed meeting of the Board of Trustees is required to discuss the items set forth in the posted agenda for this date. Such closed meeting is authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Section 551.001, including but not limited to the sections and purposes covered by the following section of the Texas Government Code, 551.071, 72, 73, 74, 76, 82, 127, 821, 83, 84, 87, and 89. Should any final action, decision, or vote be required with regard to any matter considered in closed session, the final action, decision, or vote shall be in the open meeting or at a subsequent public meeting with notice. The board will now go into closed session in the Rio Grande room at 9:19. Wow. Bustillos, Mike Dwyer, Connie Woodruff, and Catherine Lucero, and myself, Cruz Ochoa, at 9:49. Consider approval of district-wide intruder detection audit report findings. May I have a motion? Mr. Bustillos.
Mr. President, I move to approve the district-wide intruder detection audit report findings as discussed in closed session.
Thank you. We have a second by Mr. Chris Hernandez. Please cast your electronic votes. All votes have been cast. The results are 7 in favor, none opposed. Closed session item number 2 is discussion and possible action of approved YISD intervention in Public Utilities Commission of Texas PUC proceedings, SOAH docket number 473-25-11219, application of the El Paso Electric Company to change rates and possible approval of both the interlock agreement between participating members of Rate 41 Group and engagement letter with special counsel in connection with representation of Rate 41 Group. May I have a motion? Ms. Woodruff.
I move to approve YISD's intervention in Public Utility Commission of Texas proceeding SOAH docket number 473-25-11219, application of El Paso Electric Company to change rates and further approve the interlocal agreement between participating members of Rate 41 Group and engagement of Special Counsel K and L Gates LLP in connection with the firm's representation of the Rate 41 Group subject to the terms and conditions in the firm's engagement letter as discussed in closed session.
Thank you. We have a second by Mr. Chris Hernandez. Please cast your electronic votes.
Peanuts.
Peanuts?
Sorry. Oops. Sorry.
Votes have been cast. Results are 7 in favor, none opposed. So we now move to the most important part is, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Adjourn.